立法會主席。
各位早晨。維護國家安全就《基本法》第23條立法係整個香港特區嘅憲制責任。我相信各位第7屆立法會議員對能夠參與呢項歷史嘅重任都感到十分光榮。大家都希望盡快做好呢項已經耽誤超過26年嘅立法工作，為國家安全築好防護屏障，確保國家安全可以早日得到更有效嘅維護。相關小組委員會同埋法案委員會近日密集式開會，我留意到委員會講求效率之餘，更講求專業、高質素嘅審議，嚴謹地檢視每一項條文、每一個細節。委員會提出嘅問題精準到位，反映市民嘅關注，更提出多項有建設性嘅建議，以釋除公眾同埋唔同界別嘅疑慮。委員有好多建議，亦都得到政府嘅接納，以完善條例草案。我完全認同行政長官所講，早一日完成立法，國家安全就早一日得到保障。而社會亦都希望就第23條立法去盡快完成。基於條例草案嘅必要性同埋急切性，同埋審議嘅完整性，我決定係今日加開立法會會議去處理條例草案。餘下嘅立法程序，我有信心立法會全體議員必會履行履職盡責，全力以赴，確保呢項使命高質高效地完成。政府法案，本會恢復維護國家安全條例草案嘅二讀辯論。條例草案委員會主席廖長江議員先就委員會報告向本會發言。廖長江議員。
主席，本人謹以維護國家安全條例草案委員會主席嘅身份，匯報法案委員會商議工作嘅重點。維護國家安全條例草案嘅目的係為完善香港特區維護國家安全嘅法律，以全面落實《基本法》第23條、全國人民代表大會關於建立健全香港特別行政區維護國家安全嘅法律制度同執行機制嘅決定，亦即係俗簡稱嘅528決定，及香港國安法所規定嘅憲制責任及義務，並有效應對現今及日後可能出現嘅國家安全風險同威脅。自2月27日開始至3月14日，法案委員會連同早前為盡早展開研究與《基本法》第23條立法相關嘅政策事宜，而喺內務委員會下成立嘅小組委員會，一共舉行咗25次會議，進行咗近50小時嘅討論。喺審議嘅過程中，委員參考咗公眾於政府當局就今次立法工作進行諮詢期間所收到嘅意見，對條例草案嘅政策事宜以及詳題、弁言及181項條文嘅每個細節，逐一進行深入而全面嘅審議。委員向政府當局作出嘅提問遠超過1000項，當中包括唔少市民大眾關心嘅情景題。政府當局喺會議上所作嘅詳盡及清晰嘅回應，不但有助委員審議條例草案，同時亦讓市民大眾更清楚明白立法原意同相關細節，摒除誤會同疑慮。委員察悉，條例草案屬本地立法，沿用咗普通法制度下嘅法律草擬方式、技巧同習慣，而條例草案眾多條文並非係全新嘅事情，當中不少條文係完善同釐清現行嘅普通法 同一啲過時嘅成文法。條例草案亦參考咗其他普通法司法管轄區所制定嘅維護國家安全嘅法律，並就本地嘅實際情況訂定出最適合香港特區嘅立法建議。至於立法建議嘅基本原則，條例草案第一步開宗明義，凸顯維護國家安全具有根本重要性，同時強調維護國家安全應當尊重同保障人權，並堅持法治原則。法案委員會討論嘅其中一個重點係要確保關鍵同重要用語嘅定義以及條文嘅內容仔細清晰，特別係何種行為情況，再加上何種意圖，方會構成犯罪。例如就煽動意圖嘅相關罪行，委員確定喺條例草案下，若任何人基於客觀事實作出合理同正當批評嘅目的，僅為完善相關制度或憲制秩序，或就香港特別行政區嘅機關嘅事宜提出改善建議，有關作為並不會被視為具煽動意圖。此外，因應委員嘅意見，政府當局將動議若干修正案，更清楚界定有關罪行，例如修訂國際組織嘅意義定義，令其文意更清晰；把有關境外干預罪行嘅罪名改稱為危害國家安全嘅境外干預罪，以凸顯擬議罪行並不影響與海外組織正當嘅日常交流，以及喺危害國家安全嘅破壞活動罪下，把位於香港特區嘅公共交通基礎設施及提供物流同金融服務嘅基礎設施納入受保障嘅公共基礎設施嘅涵蓋範圍等。另一個法案委員會討論嘅重點係各項罪行喺適合情況下所定嘅例外情況同免責辯護。委員對條例草案就與國家秘密相關嘅罪行，建議設立基於公眾利益而作出指明披露嘅免責辯護，特別關注。委員認為，保護國家秘密本身屬於重要嘅公眾利益，特別係當在沒有合法權限下，披露國家秘密會危害國家安全。但喺個別情況下，若涉及嚴重影響香港特區政府依法執行職能嘅情況，或對公共秩序、公共安全或公眾健康產生嚴重威脅嘅情況，亦可能對國家安全構成威脅。因此，佢哋同意條例草案嘅建議，就作出指明披露嘅免責辯護，訂立相當高嘅門檻同嚴格嘅條件，以便喺保護國家秘密和作出有關披露嘅兩項公眾利益之間取得平衡。法案委員會亦曾就條例草案有關延長羈留期及諮詢法律代表施加限制嘅措施，與保障被捕人嘅權利之間嘅平衡，作出相當深入嘅討論。委員認為，因應實際嘅國家安全風險而延長羈留期嘅擬議機制，沒有損害香港人權法案下被捕人有權獲迅即解送至法官，並應喺合理期間內審訊或釋放嘅要求，亦體現咗法院透過獨立審判把關嘅重要角色。而相關條文所訂立嘅多重保障，可確保被捕人不會受任意拘留，其人身自由及安全嘅權利不會受到侵犯。至於以限制被捕人諮詢律師嘅措施，委員認為條例草案已訂立足夠嘅保障，審慎確保措施與相關人士得到法律諮詢和選擇律師嘅權利相符。例如，若被捕人因被合理地懷疑干犯危害國家安全嘅罪行而被限制諮詢任何律師，最長限制期只為其拘捕後嘅首48小時。與部分其他普通法司法管轄區未有明確定明施加類似限制嘅時間上限相比，條例草案提供咗更佳嘅保障。 此外，儘管被捕人諮詢律師嘅權利受到局部限制，但調查人員仍然必須尊重被捕人依法享有嘅其他權利，包括保持緘默嘅權利。因應委員嘅意見，政府當局將動議修正案，把相關條文中律師一詞改為法律代表，以更確切反映立法原意。以上所舉嘅例子，均係對條例草案原有條文所作嘅修正案。除此之外，政府當局仲接納咗委員提出嘅建議，增訂若干條文，務求條例草案更加完備。其中一例係賦權行政長官會同行政會議可訂立維護國家安全嘅附屬法例，以就香港國安法及其相關解釋，以及條例草案獲通過後成為嘅維護國家安全條例嘅具體實施事宜，作出進一步規定，並確保能迅速應對未能預視嘅情況。政府亦會喺條例草案中就體現香港特別行政區維護國家安全委員會嘅判斷及決定，推行國家安全教育及具體訂明公務人員須協助維護國家安全工作等事宜，增訂條文。當局亦會就指明法院可應申請採取身份保密措施，增訂條文，以處理非涉及國家安全案件嘅人員亦有被起底嘅可能。至於政府當局將會對條例草案動議嘅其他修正案，已經喺法案委員會提交嘅書面報告內載述。法案委員會經過詳盡嘅審議，肯定條例草案喺維護國家安全方面能夠按普通法同法治原則，有效防範、制止同懲治社會上極少數危害國家安全分子，同時按適用於香港嘅國際標準，保障基本人權同自由，並適當地鞏固同強化維護國家安全嘅執法力量。立法建議充分借鑑其他普通法司法管轄區嘅相關經驗，亦與國際通行做法接軌，但以切合香港嘅實際情況為依歸，並具前瞻性。條例草案獲得通過成為法例後，能夠同香港國安法緊密銜接、兼容同互補，建立一個完整而管用嘅維護國家安全法律體系。政府當局向法案委員會承諾，會持續就此推行進一步嘅教育、宣傳以及駁斥失實言論嘅工作。主席，每個國家都有制定維護國家安全嘅法律。香港特區各機關，包括立法會、香港特區居民同香港特區嘅任何機構、組織同個人，都有維護國家安全嘅責任。法案委員會全力支持條例草案，並支持政府當局稍後對條例草案提出嘅修正案。委員表明希望條例草案早日獲得通過，完成《基本法》第23條規定嘅維護國家安全立法嘅憲制責任，填補香港特區維護國家安全法律最後嘅一塊短板。一國兩制方針嘅最高原則係維護國家主權、安全、發展利益。早一日立法，就能夠早一日有效防範、制止同埋懲治危害國家安全嘅行為同活動。早一日為保障香港特區居民同喺香港特區嘅其他人依法享有嘅基本權利同自由，並確保香港特區內嘅財產同投資受法律保護，提供更堅實嘅基礎，讓香港特區政府可以專心一致為社會謀發展，為人民謀幸福。以上係本人就法案委員會工作嘅報告，以下係本人嘅個人發言。主席，國家安全係一個國家生存及發展嘅根本前提。世界各國，例如美國、英國、加拿大、新加坡等，均制定並多次更新國家安全立法。基本法第23條立法係香港特區嘅憲制責任， 亦係近27年嚟香港未做嘅必答題。喺2019年嘅港版顏色革命同黑暴中，社會付出沉重代價，市民意識到國家安全嘅重要性，補齊香港維護國家安全嘅短板，盡早完成23條立法，已成為社會上廣泛嘅共識。主席，維護國家安全條例草案以普通法方式草擬，落實保障辯護權、無罪假設、一罪不能兩審等普通法原則，並只規定最高刑罰。條例草案中各項罪行均清晰訂明犯罪元素。以煽動意圖嘅相關罪行為例，傳媒市民批評香港政府施政，提出改善意見並不構成煽動意圖；而危害國家安全嘅境外干預罪，亦要同時滿足意圖帶嚟干預效果，配合境外勢力，以及喺作出行為時使用不當手段。正常嘅國際間學術交流同外資企業在港嘅合法商業活動不受影響，無需擔心誤墮法網。與此同時，條例草案喺借鑑其他普通法司法管轄區嘅基礎上，以香港嘅實際情況為依歸，制定條文具有前瞻性。例如，條例草案未有引入外國代理人登記制度。對於煽動罪，雖然喺加拿大煽動罪需要證明煽動暴力嘅意圖，但因應2019年港版顏色革命中大量文字同圖片，雖然未有意圖直接煽惑暴力，但確實造成仇恨香港憲制秩序，導致社會分裂同動盪等嚴重後果。因此，雖然上訴庭喺譚德志案件中已判定無需以煽動暴力為定罪門檻，我贊同以成文法嘅方式喺條例草案中訂明無需證明煽惑擾亂公共秩序或煽惑暴力嘅意圖，呢個係符合香港嘅實際情況，亦增添煽動罪行嘅明確性。對於各項限制同域外效力，條例草案遵從普通法相稱原則，作出限制時，關鍵係要保證係出於合理理由，限制程度合理，同埋做好把關。例如就社會廣泛關注嘅就諮詢法律代表施加嘅限制，首先目的係防止喺羈留期間該人士透過其律師去危害國家安全，或導致任何人身體受傷，或者係妨礙追討喺罪行中取得嘅利益，又或者妨礙司法公正。其次，限制諮詢法律代表僅針對喺有限嘅羈留期間。第三，係由具獨立審判權嘅法院把關。總警司級或以上嘅警務人員須就限制被居留者諮詢法律代表，向裁判官申請手令，才可實施。相較於英國2023年國家安全法允許警司可直接指令限制被羈留者諮詢律師，完全係屬於行政決定。香港嘅做法無疑係更加嚴謹，能夠更好咁維護被羈留者嘅權利。主席，國安才能港安，港安才能家安。條例草案喺維護國家安全同保障權利兩者之間已經取得一個合理平衡。香港發展經濟、改善民生，離不開一個良好穩定嘅社會環境。我相信維護國家安全條例通過後，能夠與香港國安法、人大528決定共同構築起維護國家安全嘅有效屏障，讓香港能夠重新上路，發展經濟、改善民生，確保一國兩制嘅實踐行穩致遠。我希望當局能夠加強對法案嘅解說，澄清謬誤，釋除疑惑。主席，我支持維護國家安全條例草案。本人謹此陳辭。
陳曼琪議員。
主席，本人堅決支持維護國家安全條例草案（下稱條例草案），並會投贊成票。國家安全係國家生存同埋發展嘅基石。 一國兩制同埋基本法嘅最終目的，都係為咗維護國家統一同埋領土完整，捍衛國家安全，維護國民團結，達至國泰民安、國家富強、香港繁榮穩定、港人安居樂業。國家安全係國家嘅事權。今日香港特區政府同埋我哋立法會透過本地立法，以普通法嘅形式，將完成基本法第23條規定嘅維護國家安全本地立法同埋完善相關嘅法律，向世界展示國家堅定不移、全面準確貫徹一國兩制、港人治港、高度自治嘅方針。本人感謝香港回歸前後為香港維護國家安全同埋基本法23條本地立法出力嘅所有前輩同埋成員同埋人員，亦都感謝本屆政府堅毅地提出基本法第23條本地立法草案。我亦都感謝政府採納本人一直爭取嘅本地法律去殖化同埋擴大公職人員嘅定義。條例草案合乎憲法、國際法嘅原則、國際慣例、保障人權國際標準，清晰定明咗危害國家安全嘅界線。作為一名律師，我認為條例草案實事求是，鞏固咗香港法治嘅核心價值，同埋確保司法獨立，免受境外勢力干預，符合香港實情，強化香港作為國際大都會嘅國際營商法治嘅環境，亦都有利於香港繼續發展成為國際法律服務中心。國安便家安，作為婦女界嘅一員，我認為條例草案令到家人同埋我哋嘅下一代喺香港呢個家生活得更安全安穩，謀發展尋理想找幸福。本人欣賞條例草案嘅弁言同埋第2條嘅文字清晰無誤，字字鏗鏘咁樣陳述咗條例草案嘅目的、基本理念同埋原則，香港特區憲制秩序同埋香港維護國家安全嘅憲制責任，並以法律嘅形式指明咗維護國家安全基本法第23條本地立法嘅必要性同埋緊急性。本人特別支持條例草案就國家安全教育等事宜提供意見同埋發出指引嘅條款。法律同埋教育並重，有助港人鞏固國民身份認同。本人相信香港維護國家安全教育推廣可以從下述方向推進發展：一、條例草案通過之後，以多元化、大眾化、清晰易明、多種語言嘅形式同埋方法，盡快向社會各界同埋國際宣傳解說條例草案。條例。第二，香港法律嘅專業課程將會更有系統咁教授香港維護國家安全嘅法律制度同埋執行機制。三、向業主立案法團、法團校董會等提供維護國家安全同埋推廣國安教育嘅指引。第四，充分咁善用婦女界嘅力量，建設良好嘅家庭、家教、家風，鞏固國民身份認同同埋推廣中華傳統文化，呢啲都係推廣國家安全教育嘅元素。本人堅決支持維護國家安全條例草案。謹此陳辭，多謝主席。
陳克勤議員。
多謝主席。主席，維護國家主權、安全、發展利益係一國兩制方針嘅最高原則，亦都係全面準確貫徹落實一國兩制嘅方針嘅最核心嘅議題。一國係實行兩制嘅前提同埋基礎，一國兩制要行穩致遠，就要準確落實呢個核心嘅要義。但係喺以往，當中央依法行使佢嘅權力嘅時候，好多反中亂港嘅分子就會煽動各類危言聳聽嘅言論。喺泛政治化嘅社會氛圍之下，我哋香港遲遲都唔能夠就住23條去立法，國家安全長期處於一個不設防嘅狀態。2019年嘅顏色革命 就暴露咗香港喺國安問題上面嘅潛在風險。好彩，我哋中央及時出手制定港區國安法，為香港填補咗長久以嚟嘅國安空白，實現咗由亂到治嘅重大轉變。但係呢個並唔代表我哋就唔需要就住國家安全去立法，因為建立全面維護國家安全嘅機制同埋架構係中央對香港嘅明確要求，呢個亦都係香港嘅憲制責任。民建聯嘅立場十分之清晰，我哋認為維護國家安全係保障一國兩制行穩致遠最關鍵嘅一環，必須立。盡快立係我哋對基本法23條立法嘅堅定態度，而事實上面，即使係經常詆毀抹黑我哋23條立法嘅西方國家，佢哋自己都有多部嘅維護國家安全嘅法律。呢個正正就好說明咗，只有保障好國家安全，個人嘅權利自由先至有保障，投資營商嘅安全先至有保障，社會繁榮先至有保障。所以我哋經歷過港版顏色革命同埋黑暴嘅香港市民，大家對此都有一個深刻嘅體會。今次特區政府提交嘅維護國家安全條例草案，考量全面，條理清晰，細節到位。草案亦都充分咁考慮咗市民嘅意見，亦都參考咗外國嘅法例，甚至係參考咗嗰啲經常對23條說三道四國家嘅法例。草案亦都考慮咗香港近年處理危害國安案件嘅經驗，同埋喺複雜國際環境之下嘅國安風險。草案喺細節上面充分體現同埋尊重咗對人權嘅保障嘅原則，符合咗相關嘅國際公約適用於香港嘅規定。草案亦都接納咗議員同埋市民嘅意見，喺國家秘密相關嘅罪行中加入咗免責嘅條款、免責辯護嘅條款，對重大嘅公眾利益係有所保障。呢個亦都係體現咗維護國家安全同埋保障人權之間嘅平衡。民建聯認為條例草案係精準針對危害國家安全嘅罪行行為，絕對係唔會影響守法嘅市民同埋投資者，而且呢個係有利一國兩制全面準確落實，維護鞏固香港國際金融貿易中心地位嘅一條法例。喺今次條例草案喺法案委員會審議嘅過程裏面，我亦都留意到我哋每一位參與審議嘅議員，佢哋嘅思慮都係非常之周全。喺超過40小時嘅會議當中，提出咗超過1000條嘅尖鋭、務實同埋市民關注嘅問題。而呢一啲問題，政府嘅團隊亦都係非常之準備充裕，回答清晰詳細。透過呢個審議，其實係有效咁釋除咗唔同持份者對條
don't think that we legislate for Article 23 as soon as possible. Actually, we do want to protect the interest of the people of Hong Kong. We want to offer better protection to the people of Hong Kong. People do not have to excessively worry about this. I expect after the passage of the bill, the administration will focus on explanatory work and enable the public to understand accurately the legislative intent of the Article 23 legislation. Thank you, President. Mr. Bill Tang. Thank you, President. The FTU expresses support for the Safeguarding National Security Bill, and the FTU will also vote in favor of the bill in second reading and in third reading.
事實上，第23條受反中亂港勢力抹黑，喺2003年闖關失敗，令到香港變成冇掩雞籠。就喺呢26年等待嘅期間，全港700萬市民付出沉重而且高昂嘅代價。喺反中亂港嘅勢力破壞底下，政府施政舉步維艱，民生議題被耽誤，經濟發展被拖累。2014年嘅非法佔中，2019年更加爆發黑暴，公然提出港獨，企圖將香港從國家分裂出去。所幸國家及時頒布香港國安法，止暴制亂，實現由亂到治、由治及興嘅轉變。正因為全港市民有個慘痛嘅經歷，喺2024年嘅今日，基本法第23條立法係近乎有100%嘅民意支持，立法暢順、高質、高效。我認為23條嘅條文寫得非常之好，條例係好針對過去黑暴所發生過嘅惡行。我舉幾個例子。第一，如果當時有危害國家安全嘅破壞活動罪，暴徒點敢堵路、塞鐵路、打爛交通燈，唔俾人返工，影響社會運作，造成社會癱瘓呢？第二，如果當時有不得妨害調查危害國家安全罪，暴徒點敢係將警方部署擺喺網上面通水，聯絡被捕人嘅朋友，毀滅證據，妨害調查呢？第三，如果當時有對處理涉及國安案件或工作的人作出非法騷擾作為罪，定明騷擾、恐嚇舉報人同埋證人係違法行為，暴徒又點敢問阿陳生啊，我睇到你個頭像背景係乜嘢地方喎？你係咪住嗰頭㗎？呢啲過去發生懶友善，其實係恐嚇你、騷擾你、妨礙司法、妨礙正義市民履行公民責任、出庭作證嘅種種黑暴行為，係唔會再出現。事實上，每逢落區都有街坊同我哋講，如果03年嗰陣係順利23條過咗，香港點會發展得咁慢呢？黑暴港獨根本冇可能出現，甚至唔可能萌芽。香港有咗第23條立法，黑暴不可能重臨。香港亦都可以集中精力，以更自由、更開放、更創新嘅姿態發展經濟，切實排解民生憂難，確保一國兩制行穩致遠。最後，我引用我哋十分懷念已故曲詞家黃霑先生喺2002年支持23條立法，並且向立法會作出嘅一個嘅說話，我喺度引述一段話。黃霑先生係咁講嘅：最近有外國人七嘴八舌，議論紛紛，儼言港人福祉全賴他們代義執言，此類行為十分荒謬。身為港人，反感之至，無需理會，不必分心。本人謹此發言，支持維護國家安全條例草案。
陳振英議員。
主席，中華人民共和國香港特別行政區維護國家安全法，即係香港國安法，喺2020年頒布同實施。 反中亂港勢力大致呈顏色旗鼓之勢，但係唔代表從此可以安枕無憂。特區嘅憲制責任仲未履行，香港國安法只係涵蓋分裂國家同埋顛覆國家政權罪，仍然有5個喺基本法23條列出嘅罪類並未涵蓋。國安法制仍然需要進一步完善，防範暗流湧動。政府已經舉辦咗近30場立法公眾諮詢會，匯聚咗唔同專業領域嘅精英同埋地區人士、政黨、相關團體等等，甚至外國嘅領事，顯示立法諮詢嘅覆蓋係廣泛全面嘅，亦都超過500個組織通過公開發表聲明、發表署名文章或者聯名致函等等方式，表達佢哋對立法嘅支持。可見社會各界係有強烈支持立法嘅聲音，凸顯咗立法獲得香港社會廣泛嘅共識。為達到早一日得一日完成立法嘅目標呢，連日以嚟，律政司同埋保安局嘅官員同埋本會嘅法案委員會同事呢，加班加會，馬拉松式咁全速進行仔細嘅、認真嘅逐條審議工作，先至可以得以喺今日恢復二讀辯論同埋進行三讀表決今日嘅條例草案。喺呢度我係要表達感謝同埋向佢哋致崇高嘅敬意。雖然唔係法案委員會嘅委員，但亦都有好仔細咁閱讀條例草案同埋相關文件嘅內容，留意到香港國安法第5條係明確規定香港特區維護國家安全應當遵循嘅重要法治原則，而呢一次條例草案亦都遵循呢一個法治原則，即係罪刑法定、無罪推定、一事不再審等等嘅原則，而且保障犯罪嫌疑人、被告人同埋其他訴訟參與人依法享有辯護權同埋其他嘅訴訟權利。可見條例草案對普通法同埋法治原則高度重視，喺維護國家安全同埋保障權利自由之間取得咗良好嘅平衡。然而呢一次立法美西方嘅政客仍然不斷咁散播一啲不實嘅消息，意圖通過抹黑同埋妖魔化我哋條例草案，恐嚇市民如果稍有不慎就會墮入法網。事實上，條例草案裏邊絕大部分嘅罪行，好似叛國罪、叛亂罪、間諜活動罪等等，同一般市民大眾完全冇直接嘅關係。立法嘅罰則亦都同外國嘅相關罰則相若，甚至更低。至於國家秘密罪同埋境外干預罪，相關罪行係必須要證明有意圖並且帶嚟干預嘅效果，同埋要使用不當手段等等嘅條件先至會觸犯。定罪嘅門檻相當之高，而且有唔同嘅豁免條款。而執法權力包括羈押期同埋諮詢律師嘅權利等等都冇被不當咁延長。立法只係針對極少部分危害國家安全嘅組織同埋個人，奉公守法嘅市民實在係無需擔憂會誤墮法網嘅。主席，香港得以發展成為國際金融中心係建基於過往我哋長期處於安全、穩定、和諧嘅社會同埋營商環境，國際投資者可以安心放心喺呢度從事交投買賣、集資融資。2019年嘅修例風波，外資嘅信心或多或少受到動搖，但係隨住中央及時出手制定香港國安法，穩住大局，挽回咗佢哋嘅信心。好多外國投資者或者企業高管其實都同我表示過，佢哋自己國家都有相應嘅國安法例，23條立法係合情合理，亦都唔會因此影響佢嘅投資意欲。香港嘅營商同埋投資環境將會更加穩定，更有信心喺香港興業安家。但係鑑於條例草案複雜繁多，一般非法律專業出身嘅市民係唔容易理解嘅。條例通過之後政府一定要做好宣傳解說工作，讓市民明白過往一直擁有嘅自由唔會因為訂立條例而失去，過去可以從事嘅合法活動唔會因為條例通過之後遭到禁止。奉公守法嘅市民同公司，佢哋嘅生活經營唔會因為條例生效而受到負面嘅影響。主席，我係支持通過維護國家安全條例草案同埋政府提出嘅所有修正案。謹此陳辭。
簡慧敏議員。
多謝主席。3月8日，政府將維護國家安全條例草案 下稱條例草案提交立法會。我完全支持早一日得一日立法，連續7日無休止地對條例草案進行審議。立法工作終於嚟到歷史性嘅一天。律政司司長一直強調條例草案遵從5大重點，並致力說服委員同埋市民。接下嚟，作為法案委員會委員，我將扼要圍繞5大重點發言。重點1，條例按現行普通法慣常編寫。條例草案確實就關鍵嘅用語同埋概念作咗詳細嘅定義，比如清楚定明咗國家秘密7個範疇，遠比英國國家安全法所定義嘅受保護資料清晰。對竊取國家秘密相關罪行中嘅免責辯護，即坊間稱為公眾利益辯解，清晰定義為指明披露。又清晰定明咗每項罪行嘅元素，包括意圖同埋行為。比如政府從近日上訴庭譚德志案、香港實際情況以及歐洲人權法院3個維度解釋為何喺香港觸犯煽動意圖罪，無需證明煽惑他人擾亂公共秩序同埋擾亂他人、煽惑他人作出暴力意圖。就罪行可適用嘅例外情況同埋免責辯護，亦作出咗清楚嘅規定。比如只有無合理辯解而管有具煽動意圖嘅刊物才屬犯罪。貫徹普通法嘅屬地原則，如適用域外效力，則會定明對象同埋範圍。又採用普通法一貫嘅做法，訂立具有阻嚇力嘅最高刑罰，而唔係最低刑罰。重點2，與香港國安法528決定銜接兼容互補。因應國家安全風險嘅複雜多變，條例草案具前瞻性，能夠處理現在及未來可能出現嘅國家安全風險，同時強化咗執法力量和加強執法嘅工作，更有效維護國家安全。比如明確咗香港國安法第4章所定嘅程序適用於條例草案，亦賦權行政長官主動發出證明書，認定國家安全同埋國家秘密問題。其他體現呢一個內容嘅重點，我將會喺修正案再發言。重點3。
We'll speak again during the committee stage on the key issues here. And third point, there's in the preamble, there's a mention of the in purpose of the bill. It says that, and it also says that investments are protected. And then the basic law and the 2 international covenants on rights also state that freedoms are not absolute. If it's for the reason of safeguarding national security, there could be restriction in accordance with the law. This is the practice also overseas. On extending detention period and consulting legal representative, the Legislative Council will be the gatekeeper. In the UK, there are more restrictions in this respect. And then for Article 87 of Basic Law, there's also requirement that someone must be tried as soon as possible. And in this bill, this principle is upheld. Now, there are administrative measures to detain people, and there are actually even much harsher restrictions elsewhere in this respect. So in Hong Kong, this bill is fully in line with the international standards in protecting human rights. The fourth point is that we have to have regard to actual circumstances in Hong Kong. On enforcement powers and extraterritorial effect, we have made reference to overseas experience. What they have overseas, we don't necessarily adopt, and what they don't have, we have regard to our actual circumstances to include these provisions. The fifth point is to improve outdated provisions. I'm glad to learn that for Part 9, there are some outdated terms such as governor, His Majesty, and so sovereign, and so on. These are all adapted in this exercise. Now, the bill actually gives play to all the 5 main points, and it improves upon the system for safeguarding national security, so we have a comprehensive system to safeguard national security. Now, this is a homework that's overdue by 27 years, and as the SJ pointed out, we are completing this homework with good quality and efficiency. I speak in support of the bill.
Dr. Leung, President, I and other members of the BPA support this bill. The bill seeks to comprehensively implement the May 28th decision as well as the provisions stipulated in the Basic Law. The bill will help us cope with any potential risks that we'll see concerning national security. Mr. Xia Baolong, Director of Hong Kong and Macau Affairs, visited Hong Kong earlier. He said that the central authorities give their full support to the Article 23 legislation in Hong Kong. The SAR government, on the 30th of January this year, announced that it was going to launch the public consultation exercise on Article 23 legislation. On the same day, at the panel of the Legislative Council, the administration met with members of the Council. Members welcomed the Article 23 legislation. The House Committee made reference to the experience in 2021 concerning improving the electoral system, as well as all the past experiences we had. Then we formed the subcommittee to study related matters concerning Article 23 legislation. On the 8th of March, the bill received its first and second readings at this council. Afterwards, the subcommittee was converted immediately into a bills committee. As one of the 15 members of the bills committee, I felt that I had a huge mission to complete. It was an extraordinary experience, and this is an unforgettable experience. I have talked to professional bodies and other sectors of the community, and they all give their support to the bill. Do we have to refrain from exchanging with foreign bodies? Well, the people I have talked to, they think that this is totally unnecessary because the exchanges they had with foreign parties, they were all normal exchanges. It's hard for us to breach the law. We need detailed explanation on the bill to dispel our misunderstandings of the law. I've also talked to people in the community. With the experience we had in 2019 and with the promulgation of the Hong Kong NSL and with the experiences we had, they all think that the bill can safeguard their security. There were many cases concerning national security over the past few years. People realize that on the surface it looks like we are living peacefully and harmoniously, but there are potential risks concerning national security. According to the results of the consultation, nearly 98% of the people gave their support to the legislation. We have a common consensus from the community that we should complete the legislative exercise as soon as possible to fulfill the constitutional order. It is only if we can safeguard national security that we can focus on developing our economy and working towards the livelihood of people. We have to ensure that one country, two systems can steadfastly and successfully be implemented. The bill has struck a balance between protecting human rights and safeguarding national security. From public consultation and scrutiny of the bill, it shows that the legislature and executive body of Hong Kong work hand in hand. In terms of concerns from people about the bill, the administration took on board people's views to refine the provisions of the bill. As a member of the Bills Committee, I feel honored that I help plug the national security loophole. I give my support to the bill. I so submit. Thank you. Mr. Kenneth Falk, President, this is a very meaningful day after we are returned to the motherland. We are finally at the final stage of completing the legislation for Article 23. As mentioned by other colleagues, we have to urgently finish the legislation for Article 23. During public consultation, it shows that the community gives their full support to the legislation. So we have people's support. We have an additional 22 meetings to scrutinize the bill, lasting for some 40 hours. It shows that we are efficient and effective, and it also shows that there are good interactions between the executive body and the legislature. Everyone has detailed discussion on the provisions of the bill. Our bill is in line with the international standard and also reflects the actual circumstances of our city. I don't see that there are excessive penalties proposed by the bill. Our country will continue to open up to the external world and will continue to focus on our economic development. I will talk about the positive impact of Article 23 legislation. There were worries that foreign investors will leave Hong Kong after the enactment of the bill. Since the promulgation of the Hong Kong NSL in 2020, we have still been one of the top economies in the world. Last year, over 380 companies, a lot of them are from Western countries, they came to Hong Kong to establish their presence. Recently, some financial institutions expressed that they are still confident about the environment in Hong Kong. They will continue to invest in Hong Kong. Society stability is an important foundation for our national security, and it shows that national security helps safeguard our economic development. The bill also shows that we have unique advantages under one country, two systems. During two sessions meeting, the central authorities met with members of the Legislative Council, and they talked about the legislative exercise, and they give their full support to us. The bill shows that we're going to follow the rule of law, and it will help reinforce the business environment of Hong Kong. One of the missions for us is that we have to reinforce the national view of our country. Hong Kong has to integrate itself into the national development. We have to develop 8 centers. We have to revive our economy. We should proactively take part in the GBA development to ensure high-quality development of the region. There has been heated debate and comprehensive discussion on the bill. The community is confident about the bill as well as the future of Hong Kong. I give my full support to the bill as well as all the amendments proposed by the government. I so submit.
Mr. Tommy Cheung. Thank you, President. On behalf of the Liberal Party, as well as the industry I'm representing, I strongly support the Safeguarding National Security Bill of Article 23 legislation. Successful legislation of Article 23 will plug the loophole in national security for a quarter of a century. The matter has been bothering Hong Kong for 26 years. The people of Hong Kong can focus their energy on developing local economy. This is what the commercial sector is thinking in Hong Kong. We should safeguard national security. This is what the business sector in Hong Kong is thinking about. They are concerned about whether the legal definition is clear so that people will not break the law inadvertently, and whether the law is excessively draconian, and the actual implementation of the law. As a member of the Bills Committee, I was In the 5 days of marathon meetings for over 40 hours, I could feel and I can ensure to international and local investors that the national security law is in line with the 528 decision, as well as the Hong Kong NSL promulgated by mainland by the MPC. It is also in line with the strict requirements of the law drafting method under the common law system, as well as the 2 international covenants. Judicial authorities in Hong Kong the red line drawn is actually clear. The scope of the offenses is reasonable. The judicial authorities will be a gatekeeper, and it has earned worldwide acclaim. It can also provide clear legal safeguard for business activities in Hong Kong. So, what is national security issues? The commercial sector is concerned about this. The concept of national security was blurred. The federal law of the U.S., due to national security grounds, exercise sanctions, suppression, prosecution, and so on. But at law, what is national security? There is no definition. In international commercial operation, there can be fair competition. There's no level playing field. This is actually what the commercial sector is thinking in the US. The National Security Act of the UK in 2023 did not define national security. There is even no definition of trade secrets. But then trade secrets are protected by the National Security Act. This shows the fact that the UK has a blurred definition of national security. Trade secrets not involving the government and the commercial sector are also covered. Hence the concerns and doubts of the sector. There are clear definitions on the basic law. So the administration explained very clearly there are internal guidelines about state secrets, that is including the confidentiality clauses of government contractors, as well as the confidentiality agreement signed between organizations and the government. Irrespective of the value, they are not protected. The sector can also be, they can rest assured that they are well protected. Article 23 of the Basic Law allows Hong Kong to have its own national security law and implementation mechanism. This is a feast. This is a feat. This also highlights the respect for the people of Hong Kong. This national security bill is an assignment that can convince the international community. I support the National Security Bill and all amendments on behalf of the Liberal Party. Mrs. Regina Ip. Thank you, President. I speak in support of the Safeguarding National Security Bill of Article 23 of Basic Law. Shortly after public consultation with the efforts of members of the Council, we are in the final stretch of the legislation. There are a couple of special features of the legislation this time round. Every country has its own to safeguard national security and the sovereign integrity, as well as the territorial integrity. because of complicated geopolitical tensions as well as new technologies. As Mr. Tommy Jung has said, in the US and in the UK, there's a lack of the definition of national security in their own legislation, but in a lot of their consultation documents or strategic documents, they are alive to many external forces elsewhere in the country or elsewhere around the world, so they have already widened the scope. On the 15th of April 2014, there was a report of the country, and the views are largely the same. We need to protect the territory as well as the economy, ecological safety, military safety, and so on. All these have to be protected. So the national security legislation this time round shoulders a much greater responsibility comparing with the situation back then. We can fulfill our constitutional duty, which is clearly defined in the Article 23 of the Basic Law. Hong Kong should promulgate its own law. It's very clear. This is what we should do. 26 years after the reunification, we are finally doing this. The MPC Standing Committee mentioned in the 528 decision that we need to complete the mechanism for safeguarding national security. Clauses 3 and 7 of the Article 3 and 7 of the National Security Law state that we need to complete legislation as early as possible. So we do have the responsibility to do so. As members also mentioned, and I thank Mr. Bill Tang for speaking for me, if we had legislated in 2021, I believe there wouldn't be 79 days of occupying Central back in 2014. It was glorified as a glamorous umbrella movement. It was meant to disturb social order and overturn the government back then. In 2019, there were also violent acts. People would like to overturn the government. In 2003, if we had successfully legislated for Article 23 legislation, we would have the relevant offenses in place. Even if the offenses may not be as detailed as the ones today, there could have been offenses that can bring the lawbreakers into justice. We can see other countries around the world have been expanding the scope of national security and updating their definition. In 2014, people of Hong Kong knew that Hong Kong not only had constitutional duty, but there are also actual needs to do so, to legislate for Article 23. As Ms. Carmen Can explained clearly, it is drafted based on the common law system. The provisions are as clear and detailed as possible. They are accurate, and I also thank the DOJ and the Security Bureau for taking on board a lot of our suggestions in 7 days to further enhance the bill. It also shows the principle of one country, two systems. The national security law on the mainland will not be applicable to Hong Kong. Hong Kong can promulgate its own Hong Kong national security law. The Chief Executive in Council can further add subsidiary legislation. I can see that the administration has amendments to make, providing for the role and status of the National Security Committee, so that there could be seamless transition and complementarity between these two pieces of legislation. So, President, I'm very glad to see that we are in the final stretch of the legislation for Article 23 legislation so that we can fulfill our duty.
Mr. Lai Tong Kwok. President, I speak in support of the passage of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. I feel privileged to be a member of the Bills Committee. So I am able to contribute to the SAR's attempt to fulfill its constitutional duty. Now, for a row of 7 days, the Bills Committee convened meetings. It worked non-stop it started to consider all the clauses for the first 6 days, and then on the 7th day, we considered the amendments. So we worked hard for 7 days, and we finally finished our work. That showed, and the Bills Committee meetings were transparent and made public. Members asked questions, and the administration gave detailed answers. Everything was recorded in full. I must thank the Secretariat for drafting the detailed Bills Committee report with great efficiency. It has also completed all the minutes, so there is verbatim record of the 56 hours of meetings. Anyone could revisit our deliberations anytime. They will see how much effort we put into the deliberations. We also considered all the details of the clauses, and we left nothing out. I'm grateful to the administration for taking on board many of the members' suggestions to amend the clauses to make the bill more clearer and better. Now, the bill is drafted in line with common law principles. It's in line with the 528 decision of the NPC. It also is in accordance with Articles 4 and 5 of the National Security Law to make sure we give play to the rule of law principles, and at the same time we protect human rights and freedoms. The clauses in the bill are clearly spelled out. There is clear definitions of various offences that endanger national security. There are also defence provisions and exceptions as necessary, as appropriate. So that's to give response fully to all the views collected during the public consultation exercise. I note that as the administration drafted the bill, it made reference to national security laws overseas. But then the bill is not just mechanical replication of those laws. Rather, there's detailed analysis and consideration, and these bills are the clauses are in line with the circumstances in Hong Kong. Now, the Hong Kong SAR has the constitutional duty to safeguard national security. Article 23 legislation should have been completed years ago. We missed the opportunity in 2003. And then the legislative exercise was delayed by 10 years and another 10 years. That's why I am all for the early completion of Article 23 legislation. Now, Hong Kong has come to this historic moment. I hope that when we vote on the third reading on the bill, all members will vote in support of the bill. This is to make sure that we could address the shortcomings in our legal system for safeguarding national security. Thank you. Mr. Shanghai Long, President, I've always been speaking in Cantonese since I became a member of this council, but today, since this is a historic moment in considering the Safeguarding National Security Bill, so I wish to speak in Putonghua. Now, I am the founding chairman of an association for top talents. The many top talents and who've come to Hong Kong, and also many graduates of universities have asked me to convey their views. Now, for talents who come to Hong Kong, what do they want most? They want a safe home and a happy home. So without security, how can there be a safe and happy home? So legislating for Article 23 is important exercise. Now, with the hard work of the government and other colleagues, we have now come to the final stage of the legislative exercise. I am really excited. Together with colleagues in this chamber and members of the public, we're able to write a new chapter of our history. Now, the chief executive kept reminding us we need to tell good stories about Hong Kong. So as we review the whole process of the central authorities and the SAR government in the way they deal with the Article 23 legislation, that is the most convincing story to tell. Now, in Annex 3 to the Basic Law, there is now the national law of the Hong Kong National Security Law, and also when in the 80s, when we discussed the Basic Law, there was not yet a comprehensive national security law for the country. And so in Annex 3, there is a list of national laws for implementation in Hong Kong. And I think the key point here for Article 23 is to shall enact on its own relevant legislation. And then since the 80s, since the drafting of Basic Law, the country has its own national security law. At the time, there is still no legislation for Article 23, and so the country's national security law is not included in Annex 3 to the Basic Law. But then with the Hong Kong version of the Colour Revolution, the country eventually promulgated the Hong Kong National Security Law. Now, I was working in a science park at the time. I and my colleagues helped some 80 postgraduate students to go back to the mainland during the 2019 Black violence. It's really a painful experience. So we have to cherish the security and stability we enjoy. And the best way to safeguard our stability is to enact this Safeguarding National Security Bill that takes into account Hong Kong's circumstances. Now, this bill is, for a region to enact legislation to safeguard national security is unprecedented in the world. And our systems are very different from those in the mainland. So, in Hong Kong, we practice the common law system, and then we have the judiciary to deal with cases. So that's why here now we are enacting laws on our own. Now, from 1997 to now, 2024, 1997 was the starting point, and now we're at the finishing point. Now, in 2003, when there was the attempt to legislate for 23, the effort was disrupted, and then we had the riots and so on. So the whole process was a tough one. But still, finally, we've come to this stage. We must thank the central authorities for upholding steadfastly the principle of one country, two systems that's been tolerant and has exercised restraint, and it cares for Hong Kong. So this legislating for Article 23 has drawn criticisms and smearing from Western media. But then in the mainland, they say that it's like we're just trying to put some locks on the windows and doors of our home to keep it safe. What's wrong with that? Now, the country does uphold steadfastly one country, two systems, and insists on Hong Kong people administering Hong Kong. Otherwise, it wouldn't take this circuitous route. It could just impose laws on Hong Kong. So we must therefore keep telling the story of Hong Kong, and time will tell, and it will be the best testimony that we are upholding the system of one country, two systems. I speak in support of the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Lee.
Understanding of international communities with regard to Article 23 legislation, particularly at the time the bill proceeded to the resumption of second reading. I stress few points. It is try and beyond argument that every country of sovereignty or every part of the world that is governed by the country of sovereignty or jurisdiction with its own legislation and implementation of the national security law around the world. As an inseparable part of the People's Republic of China and an autonomous jurisdiction, Hong Kong SAR is inevitably encumbered with an indispensable constitutional duty of setting its own national security law, as the Basic Law expressly so provides. Internationally, national security law has long ago been provided and updated from time to time individually and similarly to safeguard national security, prevent, suppress, and impose punishment for the offenses of sedition, subversion, organization, and penetration of terrorist activities and collusion with foreign country or with external elements to endanger national security. The National Security Act 2023 is an act of the Parliament of the United Kingdom which introduced new updated measures that are intended to strengthen the United States national security against espionage interference in the political system, sabotage and assassination. The Act repealed and replaced the Official Secret Act 1911, Official Secret Act 1920, Official Secret Act 1939, and introduced new offenses related to espionage, prohibited places, sabotage, foreign interference, obtaining benefits from foreign intelligence services, and new powers of arrest, detention, search and seizures. The National Security Act 1947 was a law enacting major restructuring of the United States government military and intelligence agents following World War II. The new Biden National Security Strategy in 2023 outlines how the U.S. leverage of its national power to outcompete its strategic competitors, tackle shared challenge, and shape the rules of the road. On April 15, 2021, the French Parliament adopted a bill for overall security that preserved freedom, which aimed to change the legislative framework concerning video surveillance, police body camera, and the use of drones by law enforcement, as well as broaden the authority of municipal police force and better regulate private security firms. Under the current law, municipal police officers do have the authority to conduct investigation, but they may intervene in situations where a criminal offense is committed in flagrante delicto. The bill gives expanded powers. In practical terms, under the 2017 Act passed in 2019 by the Canadian government, relates to any action or event that could materially impact the health, safety, or economic well-being of Canadians or the functioning of Canadian government. It includes a number of measures to enhance Canada's national security framework and keep Canadians safe, while respecting the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the values of the free and democratic society. All in all, national security law is important to one country as that to the other countries throughout the century. There is no exception to the Chinese sovereignty. In a nutshell, the domestic legislation of the Hong Kong SAR of national security law in discharge of its own constitutional duty. The drafting of the bill have made reference to the relevant law on most foreign jurisdictions, with, of course, its own unique characteristic. I fully and firmly support the government of Hong Kong SAR to continue to take the final legislative step to have this national security bill passed forward and without delay. I, as Legislative Councillor, do appreciate the diligent works of the Bills Committee and their report just submitted to the House. Thank you.
梁子穎議員。
Mr. Dennis Leung, President, freedom and rights depend on national security, so as the well-being of people. Article 23 legislation is necessary. The United States, back in 1947, enacted their own National Security Act. The PRC in 2015 completed the legislation for national security law. The wealthier we are, the more urgent we have to be to enact national security law. This will help ensure the safety and livelihood of people in all provinces and cities. This will ensure that there will be no laws and no coercion or suppression from other parties that might endanger our interests or security. The Basic Law on the 4th of April 1990 was passed by the MPC, and it came into effect on the 1st of July 2019. This shows that the PRC government resolutely implements the principle of Hong Kong people administering people, and this shows a high degree of autonomy. One country, two systems is key, and it helps reinforce our international status in the world. It is most suitable for us to draft a law that is in line with the common law system. This will allow people to abide by the law easily, and then we can focus on reviving the economy and continue to develop Hong Kong into one of the places that is most vibrant in the world. I'd like to thank the SAR government that over the past 27 years, it has been working hard to complete the legislative exercise. There are very comprehensive provisions that provide for complete legal proceedings. I hope that with the passage of the bill, people in Hong Kong can learn that it is only with national security that we can ensure our own well-being. President, I speak in support of the bill.
Dr. Hui Simon Lee. Thank you, President. I speak in support of the bill today. The Hong Kong SAR government is finally going to fulfill its constitutional duty as enshrined in the Basic Law. We shouldn't let a gap or shortcoming affect the safety of the nation and the people of the nation. Every country has its own legislation safeguarding national security. For countries meddling in the affairs of other nations, the earliest safeguarding national security law was a law in the UK in 1351. Subsequent pieces of legislation came into effect in 1795, 1797, and 1848. Internationally, the largest national security law is in the US. There was a piece of legislation in 1878, and in 1947 there was a national security law. In fact, in a national security law cases, in Spain there was an independent movement in 2019. The 9 masterminds were sent to prison. They were heavily imprisoned for between 9 years and 13 years. The EU and its member states expressed support for the stance of Spain. In Hong Kong, all along, we have been in an abnormal state. Under the colonial governance of the UK, Hong Kong dare not legislate for national security. All along, Hong Kong was concerned about the national security of the UK. But we could do nothing while we were a colony of the UK. So we could only bank on administrative means to safeguard the national security of the UK in Hong Kong. So the legislation today is to complete the safeguarding national security legislation. It is a high-quality legislative exercise this time round. Procedural law, as well as other laws, are covered. The contents of the law are also fair. 3 balances have been struck. 1, achieving a good balance between national security and personal freedoms and rights. 2, this law has drawn reference from many pieces of legislation in other common law jurisdictions, so that the bill can be in line with other jurisdictions. A balance has also been struck. We have regard to the local situations. We have also adhered to the principle of common law. We have also ensure great complementarity with the national security law promulgated by the MPCSC. The U.S. would like to sabotage international order, orchestrating colored revolution, but then we have the responsibility for ensuring national security. We do have this responsibility. From the national vision, we need to pay regard to national safety, safety of people, military safety, to safeguard national security in different aspects. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all members of the Bills Committee, members of the Council, as well as other scholars. In the public consultation, members of the public gave different opinions, and the administration had studied these views in detail and taken on board. 20 years ago, when the relevant study started, all along I could see my role in different stages of the legislative exercise. I speak in support of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. I so submit. Mr. Lau Kok Fan, I speak in support of the bill. Hong Kong has the constitutional duty to legislate for Article 23. We are in the final stretch. We've been waiting for so long for this step. After the Black Lives violence in 2019, I do have great feelings about this legislation. On the 20th of June in 2019, there were great difficulties, and I stayed overnight in the Legislative Council the night earlier, but then the Legislative Council was surrounded. There were even violent incidents, and the council was damaged. Safeguarding national security law relies on law to build a protection for the nation. There were no longer any violent incidents against the council. The Article 23 legislation builds a protection for the nation. Many criticize the bill for infringing human rights, but actually we protect human rights. We clearly define offenses, list out offenses, and acts that endanger national security. We also set out the defenses, as well as exemptions and conditions. This not only fulfills international confidence, and we respect human rights even more than Western countries. For example, the police needs to decide whether there would be any prosecution 48 hours following the arrest of the arrested person. Otherwise, reasonable grounds have to be put forward in order to extend the detention period for more than 48 hours. The arrested person can apply for a warrant from the court, and the police needs to decide whether there will be any prosecution against the arrested person. This shows that the police does not have to inform the arrested person. And that is in the UK. That is not the situation in Hong Kong. People are banned from using any electronic devices. This is not the situation in Hong Kong. In formulating the bill, we have drawn reference from the legislation in other countries and jurisdictions. We have had regard to the actual situation in Hong Kong in order to be in line with different countries safeguarding national security law. For treason offences in the UK, offenders are liable to death sentence. The offense also defines clearly that the acts need to have the element of recklessness. These provide clear provisions so that Hong Kong people know how to obey the law. There are smearing campaigns against Hong Kong. There are criticisms about damaging the business environment in Hong Kong. In Bloomberg, there are reports turning suggestions of some people into the suggestions of the government. They'd like to cause panic in society. All these show that the Legislative Council must pass Article 23 legislation at full pelt in order to safeguard national security. Upon the successful enactment of the law, I expect that the administration will continue to do explanatory work and continue to refute any untruthful remarks so that investors around the world will know that the Hong Kong business environment will only become better with the Safeguarding National Security Law. This will offer better protection to investors and further consolidate Hong Kong's status as an international financial, economic and trade center. I so submit. Thank you, President.
Mr. Sunny Tan. Thank you, Deputy President. I am privileged and I'm pleased to be able to speak here in this solemn chamber in support of the passage of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. This is an exciting and touching moment. Now, safeguarding national security is the duty of each and every person. Legislating for Article 23 is our constitutional duty. It is also to implement the requirements of the NPC decision and the Hong Kong National Security Law. During the public consultation, over 13,000 submissions were received. Over 98% of the submissions expressed support for the bill. And during the meetings of the Bills Committee, the administration took heed of many views of members and proposed amendments with great efficiency. Now, early completion of the legislation is the wish of the people. There is strong public support for that. China is our motherland. Hong Kong is our home. I always tell people, we need to protect our families. We need to protect the home we cherish. This is only something normal. How would anyone allow other people to harm their family members? Now, foreign politicians always discredit the Article 23 legislative exercise, but in these countries they have even harsher laws to safeguard national security. So we can see safeguarding national security is a consensus in the world, and it is practice that every country has. Now, as this SJ pointed out, Hong Kong has in place international covenants to protect human rights and freedoms. And these countries just attack our exercise. That shows they have double standard. And that shows all the more the need for legislating to safeguard national security. So in the face of these unfair criticisms, I support the government in giving speedy rebuttal. The textile sector and will fully support the bill and work with the government. We will, together with the government, try to explain to the international community and the business sector the real situation in Hong Kong. And I hope the government and the different sectors here will work together, and then we could have stability for for people to invest in Hong Kong, and then people with confidence to do so. Now, but the business sector is discerning. Since the start of the exercise, I've come across friends from overseas who are in the business sector. Now, they are keen to come to Hong Kong to start their business and then go into the Greater Bay Area market. And then we can see that the Oasis has done a good job of bringing in strategic businesses, and then many mega events are to be held in Hong Kong. So the business sector is showing their action that they have confidence in Hong Kong. Finally, I must thank the SL Government, the Bills Committee, the Secretariat of this Council for all their hard work. so that we are able to resume the second reading of this bill speedily. The textile sector and I believe that the sooner we complete the legislation, the sooner Hong Kong could focus on economic development, and then foreign investors will also have peace of mind as they start a business in Hong Kong. And that will help Hong Kong to leverage on our advantages, in particular the unique advantage that we are connected to the world and backed by the country. That we'll have a more solid foundation for further development, and then we could contribute further to the country's development. So I speak in support of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. Mr. Standing In. Madam President, 27 years is a long time, and after this very long time, we're finally coming to this historic moment for us to fulfill our constitutional duty to legislate for Article 23. Now, I first talked about the Hong Kong national, the country's national security to be imposed in Hong Kong. It was 10 years ago that I spoke at MPC, and then we had the painful experience of the Hong Kong version of the Colour Revolution. And now there is consensus in the community. It's actually a strong consensus for us to legislate as soon as possible to safeguard national security. And also, there is the highest principle of the sovereignty of the country and to safeguard national security. So we have the 528 decision, also the requirements of the Hong Kong National Security Law, and there's also this requirement in Article 23. So we have this bill, and this bill is forward-looking. It is effective in preventing, stopping, and punishing all acts and activities that endanger national security. Now, the legislative exercise is essential, is necessary, and is urgent. There are still foreign forces trying to target Hong Kong, and that anti-China forces in Hong Kong are still trying to do something. They collude with foreign forces. They give the false statement that our freedoms of speech and the press and so on are under threat. If you study the bill carefully, you'll see that the bill abides by strict provisions to protect freedoms and rights. And also, whether a person is convicted or not, there will not be a second trial. So that's in line with the general principle of no double jeopardy. It is in line with the Common Law Convention. And also the penalties are also a good balance. Now, there is this table that compares the different national security offenses and penalties in different countries, so you see which laws are stricter and harsher. Now, the U.S. and Western powers, the more they speak on the bill, the more that shows how shameless they are. I and the FTU are fully in support of the legislative exercise, and we strongly condemn the smearing effort of the U.S. and other Western forces, and they try to disrupt this legislative exercise. It is shameless. Now, we worked really hard for the past week or so. I and other members of the Bills Committee, worked overtime and for full days every day to study the bill because we wanted to complete our scrutiny and as soon as possible. And we want to make sure the quality of work. We considered every single detail of every clause. We asked over 1,000 questions on the clauses. And with the Secretary for Justice, Secretary for Security, the Deputy Secretary for Security, and the Secretary of the Legislative Council also gave us full support. The administration gave very detailed answers, and they also proposed amendments. That's why we are here today to consider the bill again. And I must thank all members for their support. So this is the new era of the Council under the principle of patriots administering Hong Kong. So I speak fully in support of the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Michael Leung, President, I speak in support of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. It's been 20 years since I joined the Council. In 2023, we made a failed attempt to legislate for Article 23. Now we have finally come to the last stage of completing the legislative exercise. We've waited for too long. People have been demonizing the Article 23 legislative exercise. Anti-China forces colluded with external forces to disrupt the order of our society, and we saw color revolution in 2019. We all paid a high price for this. We experienced the dark times, and we don't want to experience that again, yet we cannot forget what we experienced. We have to improve the electoral system, and with the improved electoral system, we are now plugging the last loophole in safeguarding national security. Afterwards, we can then focus our efforts in reviving the economy of our city. We have advanced from chaos to stability. However, anti-China forces are still not giving up. We're still seeing anti-China forces doing something in Western countries. We see our enemies are trying to infiltrate into our city, and we are still seeing risks in national security. Article 23 of the Basic Law stipulates that we have to enact our own law to cover 7 offences, and the Hong Kong NSL covers 4 of the 7 offences. We still have the responsibility to legislate to guard against other offences. For external interference, we are now experiencing the rejuvenation of our nation. So it is crucial time. We have to guard against foreign agents and those who commit treason and betray our country. There are people who go to foreign countries and ask foreign governments to sanction the Chinese government. There are people who've been stirring up troubles, and with the legislation, we can prevent these acts. And collusion with foreign powers, according to the bill, is an aggravating factor. We will see justice with the bill. To effectively implement the law, apart from having a fair and impartial judicial system, we also have to educate the public to learn about national security. We have to cultivate people's patriotic spirit. This is challenging, but we will succeed. I speak in support of the bill. Thank you. Mr. Kwok Wai-keung. Thank you. Deputy President, I speak in support of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. As mentioned by the Secretary for Justice, Article 23 legislation has been a constitutional duty that has yet to be fulfilled by the SAR government. It is not a homework that we have forgotten to do. It's just that there have been a group of people who have been trying to delay the process. There were chaos and there were advocates of Hong Kong independence. It showed the ambition of these people as they colluded with foreign forces. We missed the prime opportunity to legislate for Article 23, and it delayed our process of integrating ourselves into the national development. We're seeing a change in the international scene. Unilateralism of the United States shine to extend the hegemony of the United States. Western powers are trying to disrupt the development of our country. So there is a need for our country to safeguard national security. And Hong Kong is duty-bound to help plug the loophole. During public consultation on Article 23 legislation, 99% of the people supported the bill, and on the 8th of March, the bill received its first and second reading at this council. Afterwards, there were frequent meetings, and within 7 days there were a total of 22 meetings, compared with 9 sessions within 6 days for the District Council related bill. There were more frequent meetings, and this is to fulfill the expectation of completing the legislative exercise as early as possible. This shows that the executive branch and the legislature have been working hand in hand. 24 meetings lasting for many hours showed that there was detailed discussion on the bill, and the administration gave reasonable responses to all questions asked. For false allegations, the administration was able to refute all of them, so that people won't be interfered or affected by the smearing campaign. The legislative complex was once besieged, and I experienced that. Today I'm able to witness the near completion of the legislative exercise. It is a historic moment, and I feel honored. I feel that we are finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. With a refinement of our legal system, we'll be able to focus our efforts in improving people's livelihood and better integrate ourselves into our national development. Then we can build a livable city. Today is the 75th anniversary of our return of the establishment of our country. I hope that we can help build a modernized country. Thank you.
Ms. Jofi Tan. Thank you, Deputy President. Article 23 legislation is our constitutional responsibility. When the President came to Hong Kong to deliver speeches on the 1st of July, safeguarding national security means safeguarding national sovereignty and integrity. This is to further implement the policy of one country, two systems. I thank the administration for their work. On behalf of FTU, I express that we have been supporting Article 23 legislation. Since blacklight violence, I have been explaining the importance of safeguarding national security online and offline. I need to thank the administration for the rebuttal team and their efforts. I can see that the administration is very effective in its explanatory work and rebuttal work. I prepare video clips to rebut the untruthful remarks. The US and the UK also had 14 and 21 respectively. This is our first step, and we have also drawn reference from many pieces of their legislation. But then the Western countries are still going to meddle in our affairs, and I have to condemn them. Article 23 legislation is being taken forward too fast, some people said. After 9/11, the US promulgated a bill. The Senate spent 3 days on scrutiny, but then were there any questions over the too short period of the scrutiny? This once again shows their double standards. Anyway, it does not affect our public consensus. Over 98% of the people of Hong Kong express support for Article 23 legislation. It also shows our resolution to finish the legislative exercise. Members of the Council have been taking part in the scrutiny of the bill. The FTU have been staying on the same page in the legislative exercise. Mr. Leung, the chairman of the FTU, also joined the Bills Committee. We have struck a balance between safeguarding national security and the protection of human rights. For treason, the maximum penalty is death sentence, but as you know, there is no death sentence in Hong Kong. Upon the enactment of the bill, we still need to continue with the explanatory work. I want to reiterate in the joint meeting of the HALSP and the Panel on Security, in 2003, I was still a student. Article 23 could not be passed at that time, and we were in the middle of political turbulence. In 2019, there was even color revolution. Today, I'm glad to be able to take part in Article 23 legislation. I feel honored. Students saw the chaos back in 2019. The roads were obstructed, paralyzed. They can see that Article 23 legislation is going to plug the last gap of national security. Students are confident that national security will provide security in Hong Kong as well. I so submit. I support the bill. Ms. Elizabeth Kwok. Thank you, Deputy President. Before 2019, people still thought that they didn't need Article 23 legislation. They thought that Hong Kong was peaceful. Only Taiwan would see such riots. There wouldn't be any petrol bombs hurled in Hong Kong. But in 2019, together with citizens in Hong Kong, we experienced black clan violence. Hong Kong was deeply hurt. Then we were alive to the national risks. They were always around us. Threats, riots could appear out of the blue. Hong Kong wasn't peaceful, actually. We needed to plug the gap of national security. Deputy President, you were also present in this council, in this chamber. There were traitors of China, filibustering, smearing Hong Kong. They damaged the reputation of Hong Kong as well as the safety of Hong Kong. People colluded with foreign forces backing for sanctions against China and Hong Kong. There was misinformation inciting hatred among the public against China and the government. There were riots, shops were damaged. There were persons being set to blaze. Some police officers were stabbed. They were set to flame. Some legislators or district councillors were hurt. They were injured. Teenagers were trained as traitors. There was also vandalism in the streets. We were living in a wave of panic back then in society. Hong Kong was on the verge of becoming a base for anti-China elements. Without national security, Hong Kong could not restore peace. We could not move from chaos to order and from stability to prosperity. But there are still risks. Foreign forces are still eyeing on any opportunity to sabotage Hong Kong. If we are not on high alert, we will be hurt by these anti-China elements. Safeguarding national security is the constitutional duty of Hong Kong. It's our responsibility to safeguard national security. We need to protect every single citizen. We need to protect the freedoms and the rights of the people of Hong Kong. Only with national security can we enjoy economic development and good livelihood. External forces are still obstructing Article 23 legislation. They smear Hong Kong. They smear national security law. They are taking great lengths to sabotage national security law bill. The U.S. said that they expressed great concern over the bill, such as the freedom to assembly, freedom of speech, and so on. But I do not agree at all, Deputy President. The national security of the U.S. is much more draconian than Hong Kong's law. It's much stricter. Instead of meddling in the national security law of Hong Kong, they should have reviewed their own national security legislation. They should have protected the human rights of the indigenous people in their own country. They should also protect the right of the indigenous people as well as black people in the country. Other relevant legislation was also discussed in the Bills Committee. Views from the public consultations have been taken on board. This also shows complementarity with local legislation. A balance has been struck between safeguarding national security and the protection of human rights. It only targets a tiny minority of people who want to sabotage national security in Hong Kong. The US, the UK, Canada, and New Zealand also have national security legislation. They have their own agents to enforce such law. The US has been demonizing the Article 23 legislation, and this is outright double standards. This is hypothetical. This shows their evil mindset. As Article 23 legislation is about to be passed, we'd like to stress that any act would not sabotage national security and they will not shake our confidence in safeguarding national security. With national security, Hong Kong will be safe. Article 23 legislation will better protect the human rights, freedom, well-being of people of Hong Kong so that Hong Kong can enjoy stability, order, and prosperity, so that we can continue to make contributions to the country. Deputy President, I support the bill as well as all the amendments moved by the administration.
Mr. Kitson Yang. Thank you, Deputy President. I speak in support of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. In 2003, the first day, I worked at the Kowloon City District Council, and I went down to the district to distribute leaflets on the Article 23 legislation. Unfortunately, the legislative attempt failed, and it left behind serious consequences. That's why we have the 2014 Occupy Central and then the 2019 Black Clad violence. Now, I am honored to be a member of the Bills Committee to study the Safeguarding National Security Bill so we could close the final gap in safeguarding national security. Now, we first had the subcommittee and then the Bills Committee together. 25 meetings were held, lasting some 50 hours. I and every member considered each clause very carefully. We tried to seek clarifications on the definitions, the legal principles, and so on. We came up with some various scenarios, and we were practical in our approach. And then the administration also was very knowledgeable on the subject. They managed to answer all our questions, and eventually took on board some reviews and proposed various amendments to improve upon the bill. So I would like to thank Mr. Paul Lam, Mr. Chris Tan, and their teams for their hard work. I must also thank the effort of the Secretary for us to scrutinize the bill with great efficiency and effectiveness. Now, the bill has three key features. One, it gives play for the principles of safeguarding fundamental human rights and freedoms. And then, for example, for external interference, there must be the element of improper means and also intention. For just the normal exchanges with international organizations, they won't be affected. And as long as there is no intention to endanger national security, people could criticize the government as strong as they wish. And then there are also clauses to prohibit treason and so on. And also with state secrets, there is now the public interest defense. So this is effective protection of press freedom. And then the lawful rights of the public also protected. Investment and assets are protected. There will be codes of conduct, and there will be defense provisions and exceptions. So actually we have comprehensive protection for foreign investors. That's the second point. Third point, the bill has regard to existing legislation, also has regard to practices and experiences overseas. Most of the clauses have regard to the crimes ordinance and local legislation. And in other places, they may have similar provisions as well. For sabotage to endanger national security, other offences, there's reference to the laws in other places such as the US, Canada, Europe, and so on. For example, they have harsh laws. Actually, the UK National Security Act is all-encompassing. They actually cover anyone of any nationality and any organizations. And then for the U.S., they have the highest number of laws to endanger national security, and their maximum penalty is capital punishment. Now, in our bill, we strike a good balance between safeguarding national security and protecting human rights and freedoms and economic development. So there are overseas politicians who smear our bill, and that's ulterior motive, so we must strongly condemn it. Now here we are resuming the second reading of the bill. We're going to have the third reading of the bill too. So soon we'll be able to fulfill our constitutional duty to safeguard national security by enacting legislation for Article 23, and then we will have a stable business environment. That means we can next just focus on economic development and people's livelihood, and then we will ensure there is a better well-being for the public. So I speak in support of the bill and all the amendments. Ms. Connie Lam. Thank you, Deputy President. Now, when the country is safe, then Hong Kong and our home are safe. We've seen the commotion and chaos in the 2019 riots, and it still scares me. I'm glad to see finally we have the second reading of the Safeguarding National Security Bill that shows that Hong Kong SAR is in its final stretch of fulfilling our constitutional duty. So I throw my full support to the bill. Now, at the celebrations of the 25th anniversary of the Hong Kong SAR, President Xi Jinping said it's important to safeguard the sovereignty of the country and national security. So under the framework of one country, two systems, Hong Kong is now to fulfill our constitutionality, and the highest principle of one country system is formally included in our legal system. This is to ensure the long-term stability and prosperity of Hong Kong. Now, the bill has made an effort to protect human rights and freedoms. For relevant offences, there are detailed and clear definitions. And for offences, there must first be the intention, and then there are proper penalties. And for acts that are not defined as offences, there won't be any punishment. So that's the important principle abided by. And then before the judiciary convicts someone, everyone is presumed innocent. So we keep to this principle of presumption of innocence. And then the bill also gives much discretion to the courts. That is a show of respect and protection of human rights. Now, as a social worker, we talk about fairness, justice, human rights. We talk about respecting people because everyone is unique. So I hope very much, therefore, the social welfare sector and all social workers in Hong Kong will support the bill. The bill has made reference to the experience in common law jurisdictions in legislating for national security. Now, we have considered the laws of of Canada, the UK, and so on. In particular, we have considered offences of sabotage, external interference, or sabotage, endangering national security. We have made sure we are in line with international standards. We ensure the fairness of the bill. At the same time, there are other new provisions to deal with closed court hearing. The conditions are spelled out clearly, and then the rights of defendants are also spelled out clearly. With regard to relevant laws in other common law jurisdictions, we have given full protection to the defendants. And then for financial sectors, media, and other non-NGO activities, these are also protected as long as they are normal activities. And then there are clear guidelines too. For specific offences, there are defence provisions and exceptions. the passage and the implementation of the bill will allow the Hong Kong SAR to provide a safe business environment. It will and boost the confidence of investors. Will also protect the lives and properties of the people of Hong Kong. I believe this bill will work closely with the national security law. There will be full complementarity, convergence to close the gap in relation to safeguarding national security. And then the one country systems will be in place for a long time. It will also ensure the long-term stability and prosperity of Hong Kong. Now, all 89 members in this council and people of the Hong Kong, for us, this is a historic moment. We are here to witness history in the making. So I fully support the Safeguarding National Security Bill and all the amendments. So I speak.
Mr. So Chang-wing, Deputy President. Today, all 89 members are here to resume the second reading debate of this bill. Back in 2019, there were rioters that damaged the Legislative Council as well as the police headquarters, which were besieged by the rioters. Organizations of the central authorities as well as public infrastructure, including the airport and the MTR stations, were damaged. There were arson, acts of riot, and there were acts of mutual destruction. And Western powers were at the scene to direct what rioters should do. That was the time we experienced without Article 23 legislation. It's been 27 years since we've returned to the motherland. We were unable to stop the Mong Kok riot, the illegal Occupy Central movement, and other violent acts. Anti-China forces and elements were not caught by the law, and taxpayers' money was spent on grooming these anti-China forces. External forces kept disrupting the city, and there was nothing we could do. We should not repeat the painful experience. We should ensure stable business environment. We have to safeguard people's property. This is the purpose of legislating for Article 23. Deputy President, we experienced chaos in the past, and this allows people to realize the importance of safeguarding prosperity and stability of Hong Kong. There was the Jimmy Lai's case for forces that try to endanger national security. They caused chaos and panic among our society. And we have seen the benefits of the Hong Kong national security law since its promulgation. Therefore, we have strong consensus that we must legislate for Article 23, and the Chief Executive as well as the SAR government have the duty to complete the legislative exercise. We have to resolutely support the legislative exercise. The bill protects the rights of people, and at the same time it guards against any acts endangering national security. It helps protect investment and property as well as respect human rights. It is in line with the law of Hong Kong as well as rule of law, including the principle of presumption of innocence as well as double jeopardy. There are stringent laws, but at the same time, there are clear provisions for extraterritorial effect, and it provides offences. It protects the interest of law-abiding people as well as normal business exchanges. There are views that we are rushing through the legislative exercise. However, I think that we have waited for some 27 years now. In 2020, the MPCSE endorsed the May 28th decision. It's been 4 years and the SAR government has been working hard to refine the provisions, and there was sufficient public consultation and we got 98% of support on the bill. The views reflected during the public consultation were included in the bill, and there were 46 hours of discussion on the bill. There were reasonable amendments proposed. It was prudent, it was a detailed process, and it is totally in line with the pace as well as the procedures that we have to go through for legislation in Hong Kong. I believe the bill can achieve convergence and compatibility with the Hong Kong NSL, and it protects people's livelihood. Thank you. Mr. Lam Chun Sing. Deputy President, Article 23 of the Basic Law says that it is our duty to enact our own law under Article 23, and we have 98% of support during the public consultation. In 2019, during Black Letter Violence, I launched a press conference with workers who were affected. We asked for short-term support. However, afterwards, no workers were able to step forward to speak for themselves because they were threatened and intimidated, because they were unwilling to join the strike. The Basic Law protects people's freedom, but workers back then lost the freedom and rights to speak for themselves. I belong to some work unions, and we saw that some work unions were controlled by foreign forces, and they were asked to take part in strikes. This bill covers offences in relation to sabotage, endangering national security, as well as organizations endangering national security. International work unions can be defined as international organizations endangering national security. However, one has to prove that such organizations use improper means to interfere with the city and endanger national security in order to breach the law. Normal exchanges would be exempted. Work unions should set guidelines for their workers and members. If we're aware that there are international organizations that endanger national security, well, local labor unions should have the responsibility to cut ties with these international organizations to prevent any external interference. There are also amendments to provisions in relation to collusion. And also there were provisions that included the words of Crown or Your Majesty were obviated. Some of the provisions, however, were retained, and this shows that workers' rights and freedoms to participate in unions are protected under the Basic Law. Labor unions should not be interfered by external forces. Since the promulgation of the Hong Kong National Security Law, organizations that endanger national security have disbanded. Some of the members from the disbanded organizations now take part in existing unions. It is believed that with the passage of this bill, the FLU or the HKCTU will be able to serve its purpose and bring people from Hong Kong to from chaos to stability, and will be able to ensure steadfast implementation of one country, two systems. I so submit.
Ms. Chan Ho-Yen. Thank you, Deputy President. It's a significant task. There are 9 parts covering 181 clauses of the bill. I can see the Bills Committee was very strict and serious while scrutinizing the bill. The secretaries and secretary of departments, while answering members' questions, did not only think from the perspective of administration. Instead, they think from the perspective of protecting the public and striking a balance between safeguarding national security and protecting human rights. They do so from this perspective. I can also see the necessity of legislating for Article 23. This is also the best response to the backlash against Article 23 legislation. For such an important piece of legislation, should we spend even longer time to scrutinize this bill? I'd like to respond this in 2 points. We shouldn't use the length of the scrutiny to judge whether the scrutiny is good or not. It shouldn't be the only yardstick. Policy discussion is all about quality instead of quantity. While I was serving as a reporter and official, there was much filibustering. There were very long hours of discussion of conference. The discussion was not of high quality. It results in a waste of public money, but there wasn't any constructive output. On the background and the contents of the bill, the safeguarding national security legislation is to overcome the existing shortcomings. For example, for a vessel, we should ensure its safety. Not all clauses are novel. There are provisions that have been deliberated, discussed, and explained. After social turbulence, the public has greater public awareness about national security, so the Council scrutinized the bill at full pelt. This is without question. The bill has a wider scope, including espionage, succession, treason, and so on. I hope members of the public will spend more time listening to the discussion of the Bills Committee. It shows that members of the public will not have their rights infringed. Instead, their rights will be protected by the bill. The prosecutorial situations or scenarios will check whether there is any criminal intention. For example, possession of publications with seditious intention. The prosecution needs to prove the mens rea before a defendant can be convicted. One will not be caught just because one is in possession of a publication at home. One of the provisions is to protect public transport infrastructures. I believe you all have vivid memory. During Black Cloud violence, stores were damaged, they were vandalized, the Legislative Council was damaged, public roads were obstructed, traffic was paralyzed. In Kowloon Tong, a thoroughfare was obstructed. It not only affects residents in the vicinity, a hospital nearby was also affected. Patients were also affected. It shows the negative impact on livelihood. Society was polarized. Society was in chaos. The last Article 23 legislation experience made it like a taboo. Some demonize work in relation to safeguarding national security. Some even use extreme words to describe it. But the black cloud violence reflected the fact that we need to safeguard national security only when we have the relevant safeguarding national security law. That is how we can foster social harmony and peace. That's how we can improve livelihood. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank members of the Bills Committee, officials, as well as the Secretariat of the Council. I'd like to thank you all. I know that the Secretariat has done its level best to help the Bills Committee to scrutinize the bill. That's why the scrutiny of the bill was completed seamlessly. The black cloud violence was the darkest period in Hong Kong's history. In 2024, we can definitely start once again. We can have a peaceful start. That's how we can scale new heights. Dr. Johnny Ng. Thank you, Deputy President. As President Xi said, national security is the foundation of the rejuvenation of the people. National security paves the way for the strength of the country. We need to safeguard national security and social stability. This is unquestionable. Safeguarding national security is the constitutional duty of Hong Kong and is the foundation of the principle of one country, two systems. I traveled out of Hong Kong, so did some members, in order to complete Article 23 legislation. It has been due for 27 years. I feel very honored to be able to take part in this task. In fact, in society, there's been discussion of 20 years. There's been sufficient social consensus in the, with the improved district governance, with Hong Kong society moving from chaos to order and from stability to prosperity. We are going to see national security. If there is insufficient explanatory work, people from the West may misunderstand the Article 23 legislation. They didn't understand the legislative intent, so the administration should do the explanatory work. The contents need to be clear, targeted. They should hold as many sessions as possible. In the community, it is said that Article 23 legislation will deter investors from coming to Hong Kong. We need to clear up misunderstandings. We need to scout the rumors. We need to develop local economy so that the international community can see that safeguarding national security law will further promote the principle of one country, two systems. This can also help international investors to come to Hong Kong for investment. It can provide a springboard for them to come to Hong Kong. It can also attract more enterprises to come to Hong Kong for investment. Internally, we need to step up publicity and education about Article 23 legislation so that the public will be well up in the legislative intent of Article 23. It shows the necessity of Article 23 legislation. It shows that the value of the legislation has been demonized and undermined. We need to step up civic education and publicity. We need to enable the public to know more about the legislative intent of Article 23 legislation and its benefits on society. For example, it can help stabilize the Hong Kong economy, improve the livelihood in the economy. It can also offer protection to different aspects of Hong Kong. It can helps with the steadfast and successful implementation of one country, two systems. I am glad to have a special council meeting today. With the efforts of members of the council, we can we can finish the scrutiny of Article 23 legislation. It's key to the social harmony and social stability. I speak in support of the implementation of Article 23 legislation. Thank you.
Mr. Jeffrey Lam, thank you, Deputy President. Now, this is a big day as we resume the second reading of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. We've waited 27 years. So with so many twists and turns, finally we're on the home stretch to legislating for Article 23. This is an emotional moment for me. Now, it is our constitutional duty to legislate for Article 23, but since the reunification for 27 years, we've never handed in our homework. In particular, in 2003, the bill was withdrawn, and then the exercise was shelved for some 20 years. That's why there is this gap in safeguarding national security. It's been taken advantage of by anti-China forces. Now, we've had the painful lesson of the 2019 Black Flag violence. The committee has come to realize that we need to plug the loophole in safeguarding national security as soon as possible. So there is sufficient public support for the bill. I'm glad to see that the new term of this government has taken up this duty, and it's proceeded with speed to table the bill for our scrutiny. It shows that the government team is competent and it has commitment and courage. Now, we've had marathon meetings in the past week. Members considered each and every clause carefully. We considered all the details. We were prudent in our scrutiny. We also considered different scenarios in relation to the clauses. The officials, including the Secretary for Justice and the Secretary for Security, tried to answer all our questions, and that helped to allay many of the concerns of the business sector. I'm sure many people are now more assured. Now, there are 9 parts to the bill. The government has explained each and every part carefully. It has also proposed amendments, and I believe the bill is now clearer, and there are clear definitions for different offences, and the offences are reasonable. And also there's due activities and international exchanges, as Hong Kong is a international financial and business centre. And then the members put forward various concrete suggestions. For example, I have suggested financial infrastructure to be covered under the definition of public infrastructure. And then for external interference, it's now amended to external interference endangering national security. As for academic exchanges, the business exchanges, and other normal exchanges, they will not be regarded as external interference. I believe such amendments and clarifications are important for Hong Kong as an international financial and business center. It is so important for protecting the business environment of Hong Kong. And now these amendments have allayed many of the concerns of the business sector. If you look around the world, different countries give top priority to safeguarding national security. The US and the UK have legislation that's far harsher than that in Hong Kong. And also they keep updating their legislation to make it even harsher. Now, but for geopolitical reasons, I believe for some time to come, there will be people who will attack our bill and who will make false statements. So this is necessary for the government to refute all these smearing as soon as possible. And there's also need to explain the bill further to the community and to overseas community so that everyone knows about the content and spirit of the bill. Now, at this historic moment, I am privileged to be a part of it. I believe the Legislative Council, the SAO government, and the community who have all worked so hard in Hong Kong will have this strong firewall to safeguard national security. And after we complete our historic duty to legislate for Article 23 in future, everyone in Hong Kong must work together to develop our economy and improve people's livelihood. So I resolutely support the Safeguarding National Security Bill, I so speak. Dr. Kennedy Wong. Deputy President, in accordance with Article 23 of the Basic Law and the 528 MPC decision, the Hong Kong SAR shall enact law on its own to protect the sovereignty and development interests of the country. This is a constitutional duty of the Hong Kong SAR. It is also the duty of every citizen in Hong Kong. The country cares much for Hong Kong. In the 1960s, the Dongjiang water supply construction works were started to supply water to Hong Kong. And then our economic development was a result of the opening up and reform of the country in the past 4 decades and so. And then before the and after the reunification, the country is like a mother to us. It takes special care of us. It gives us the various supporting measures to. Whenever Hong Kong encounters difficulties, the country will always give a helping hand. Now, that's the case with the Asian financial crisis, the financial tsunami, the SARS epidemic, and so on. The country helped Hong Kong to fight off the speculators, and then also during SARS, medication and personnel were sent to Hong Kong to help us. And then with economic development, the CEPA was signed, that is a closer economic partnership agreement. And then there's some promotion of GBA development, and the country also gives support for Hong Kong to become an international and innovation and technology center, and also there's some further support for Hong Kong to integrate into national development. So there is strong support from the country. This ensures the stability and prosperity of Hong Kong. Without the support of the country, we won't see Hong Kong as it is now. Now, we are in sea changes in the world. It's unseen for a century. And there are wars everywhere, and some are really suffering. And these scenes remind us we must have a safe country for our home to be safe. The country has given so much support and assistance to Hong Kong. So shouldn't we help the country to build a firewall and to put in locks here in Hong Kong so that national security will not be endangered? Now, I'm a member of the Bills Committee, and subcommittee before that. We had over 20 meetings for over 50 hours. We considered each and every clause with great care. I was involved, participated all the way. I spoke for over 60 times, and I proposed some amendments and suggestions. The administration took on board members' views and suggestions, and amendments were proposed. So there are now clearer definitions for key offences and terms. A good balance is struck, and it will ensure that national security is safeguarded while at the same time we protect the legitimate rights and interests of the public. We will keep a free and open society here in Hong Kong. Now, for example, external interference as an offence, there must be the element of external forces. At the same time, there must be the intention to interfere. And also improper means must have been used, so there are 3 elements before the offence is established. That's why the average citizens would not be caught by the law. And then misafection to treason. Again, this is now codified. Misprision of treason, this is now codified, so it gives clearer definition to the offence. As for legal professional privilege and other religious privilege and so on, so this will not be affected in relation to offences of state secrets. Now, I must thank the administration for taking on board on one of my suggestions, that is for all public officers and departments responsible for safeguarding national security. Well, these public officers must facilitate the work of any departments or individuals involved in safeguarding national security. Now, everyone has the duty to safeguard national security, and is all the more the case for civil servants. This is for protecting the fundamental interests of the country and us. So I speak fully in support of the bill.
Mr. Lee Chun-ko, Deputy President, we have to ensure security and stability in our homes. Well, a home with lots of disputes will not give a sense of well-being to its family members. A society with turmoils, again, will not ensure our sense of well-being. I support the bill And I think we have to, with reference to other common law jurisdictions, support the legislative exercise. I have to thank the 25 members of the Bills Committee who helped scrutinize the bill. I see that a lot of people have been giving their support in the back office, and this is all done to ensure the smooth completion of the legislative exercise. This will help enhance our legal system. Well, this assignment has been overdue for 27 years. So at this point, I'm excited as other members of this council. The Jimmy Lai case has been reported recently, and a lot of evidence has been adduced in the court. I believe a lot of members of the general public feel frightened with the evidence that has been adduced. We learned that Jimmy Lai has been getting support from the foreign forces to disrupt the order of Hong Kong. He, with premeditation, tried to prejudice the national security of Hong Kong, and also we saw that there were external interference and there were acts that intend to beautify the acts of Jimmy Lai, and there were coercion and pressure exerted by foreign powers. All these show that it is important for us to legislate for Article 23. We have to have preventive measures to cope with the use of new technology by foreign powers to endanger national security of Hong Kong and our country. We have to guard against all these powers. I thank the amendments proposed by the government. This includes giving the power to the Chief Executive in Council to make subsidiary legislations. Any breaches of these subsidiary legislations can lead to 7 years of jail terms or $500,000 of fine. All these are put in place to ensure that we can have safeguard our national security. There are also newly introduced offences in the bill. Anyone who tries to damage public infrastructure will violate the law. This reminds me of the experience we had in 2019. Back then, a lot of rioters committed acts of arson. They threw petrol bombs on streets and they damaged properties, shops, as well as MTR stations, which harmed people's lives. And we all have this vivid memory of the Black Cat violence. Let's imagine if rioters disrupted, for instance, container terminals or substations. It would be unimaginable. Therefore, I support all these provisions to be included into the bill to protect the public infrastructure in Hong Kong. Also, there were provisions that stipulate that the Secretary for Security had to wait for 6 months to specify someone as specified person or as absconders to cancel their passport. I agree that the 6-month limit should be lifted because it would give time to absconders to take part in anti-China activities after they've left Hong Kong. Lastly, I'd like to stress that safety and security is a foundation or prerequisite for stability and prosperity. Over 98% of people supported the bill during public consultation. It shows that everyone in Hong Kong understands the importance of this legislative exercise. I believe after the passage of the bill, the ordinance will achieve convergence and compatibility with the Hong Kong NSL, and that we can better ensure the prosperity and stability of Hong Kong, and then we can create a better business environment to show that we have the appeal as the Pearl of Orient. Also, we can further protect the legitimate interests of people, and we can ensure successful implementation of one country, two systems. Then we can focus our efforts on reviving our economy and improving people's livelihood so that we can better integrate ourselves into the national development. I so submit. Thank you. Mr. Jimmy Ng, I'd like to commend the high efficient work of the government, and over 1,000 questions have been raised during the hours of meetings that the Bills Committee had. This shows that the executive branch worked hand in hand with the legislature, and this also shows the importance of the legislative exercise. During public consultation, foreign governments smeared the bill, and also journalists from overseas also criticized the bill. These people had the ulterior motives to disrupt Hong Kong, and this shows that it is more important for us to finish the legislative exercise. We saw the failed attempt to legislate for Article 23 back in 2003. Since then, there have been foreign powers and external forces that tried to disrupt the order of Hong Kong. On the 30th of June 2020, the Hong Kong NSL was promulgated in Hong Kong. While we have put in place further security barrier in our city, we have yet to plug the security loophole. This time around, we're trying to enforce the security barrier, and this helps plug the loophole. This is the constitutional order or duty of our city. With changing international landscape, we have to legislate for Article 23 to ensure long-term prosperity of Hong Kong. This will create a better and safer investment environment for foreign investors. It is our duty to defend our home. It is our duty and responsibility. In the UK, they have at least 14 national security laws, and in the US, there are at least 20 national security laws. All countries or places will, based on their actual circumstances, enact national security laws. This particular bill has taken into account of our own circumstances, and we've also made reference to the practices overseas. In this bill, it adheres to the principle of protecting human rights, and it adheres to the basic law as well as the two international covenants to protect human rights and freedoms. While it strives to safeguard national security, it also balances the need to protect people's rights. For instance, in relation to the detention period of suspects, the police would have to ensure that it has justifications and grounds to extend the detention period of absconders or of suspects. This shows that human rights are protected. Also, during the scrutiny of the bill, the administration respected the views of members, and it strived to improve the provisions. For instance, it repealed the 6-month limit on specifying absconders, and this allows room for the Secretary for Security to pursue absconders. The 13 people who are wanted on the list that violated national security are still at large. Therefore, we should not be too lenient to these absconders. The relevant provisions deserve our support. Indeed, Article 23 legislation will help stabilize our city. The earlier we finish the legislative exercise, the earlier we can put in place a security barrier. Then we can complete the assignment that's been overdue for 27 years. We've got 98% of positive feedback from the community during the public consultation on the legislative proposal. Therefore, it is now prime time for us to legislate for Article 23, and we have carefully considered the bill already. Then, with the legislative exercise, we can advance from stability to prosperity. I speak in support of the bill. Thank you.
Ms. Chen Yuen-ming, thank you, Deputy President. I thank members of the Council for scrutinizing the bill. Amendments were moved. The report was compiled so that the Council can resume the second reading debate of this bill. I speak in support of the bill. In relation to local legislation of Article 23, Hong Kong has been waiting for 27 years. I'm honored to witness this significant time as a member of the 7th session of the Legislative Council. National security has been a shortcoming of national security. With the Hong Kong National Security Law, it provides a major legislative framework. The contents highlight the perspective of safeguarding national security, so social stability has been restored. So Hong Kong can move from chaos to order. As many legal scholars and experts have said, Hong Kong National Security Law does not replace Article 23 of the Basic Law. On the one hand, the National Security Law does not cover all 7 kinds of acts under Article 23 of the Basic Law. It also emphasizes that Hong Kong SAR should finish as soon as possible the legislation of safeguarding national security law. This bill is conducive to the future development of Hong Kong, and it paves the way for Hong Kong to move from chaos to order. When we take a look at the bill and amendments, we can see it comprises 9 parts, a total of 181 clauses. It is comprehensive and it covers different types of legislation, including procedural law. For example, in Article 23, it only mentions treason, but in the bill, it divides treason into 4 different categories of offenses. Similar categorization is seen in other subclauses. The penalty does not exceed that in other overseas common law jurisdictions either. This bill continues to be in line with the 2 international covenants, so it is a fair and open safeguarding national security law. I'm pleased to see that the bill enhances legislation in relation to safeguarding national security. Unavoidably, it's all about the compatibility and complementarity between common law and the safeguarding national security law. We spend time scrutinizing the clauses of the bill, including the procedures and prosecutorial procedures. It helps the convergence of the local legislation and the bill. Right now, we are in the middle of the geopolitical tensions. It affects different areas. This bill actually helps us guard against the risks that may crop up in the future, be they traditional or not. All citizens of Hong Kong and the administration should also shoulder this responsibility for safeguarding national security. I believe this can offer better protection for safeguarding national security and ensure the long-term stability and prosperity of Hong Kong. Thank you, Deputy President. Mr. Michael Tian. When I speak up, I will keep coughing. It's a historical day today. After the Hong Kong National Security Law, we are in a new situation right now. Article 23 legislation is our constitutional duty. It's a historical mission. We are not only contributing to national security, but then we are actually completing a task that should have been done much earlier after reunification. I can say that we see the successful implementation of all articles in Basic Law. The opposition camp has been slinging mud at Article 23 legislation, so people have great misunderstandings about 23 legislation. The opposition camp would have caused damage or chaos in the council if they were here. This will form a vicious cycle, and this will make legislation even more difficult. In the last election, because of Hong Kong NSL, order was restored. Even with the Hong Kong NSL, Hong Kong legislation was still not completed. We still need to plug the last gap. Back then, there were views that we already had Hong Kong national security law, and we didn't need to push forward Article 23 legislation. Personally, I'm against this view. When there is resistance, there is opposition. There is also opposition when there is no resistance. So that means there is no the best time to take forward Article 23 legislation. So I put it into my manifesto. The community was afraid that people would sling mud at Article 23 legislation, and I have the following responses. Even with Hong Kong NSL, we still have the constitutional duty to legislate for Article 23. There is overlapping of the scope, but there are also different scopes. The two of them will make a complete system. Article 23 legislation is never an issue of whether we should do it. It's about when we should do it. When is the best time? It's when citizens of Hong Kong feel that national security is at risk. The last time we failed because we were not alive to national security risks. We didn't feel the risks. That was why there were misunderstandings. But Hong Kong was in a dark period back then. So people of Hong Kong felt that actually national security risks were everywhere. They were taking all opportunities to affect Hong Kong. They could affect Hong Kong in such a way that we can't control. These risks are intangible and they are widespread. Many friends and family members were on sour terms. So we really need to get grips with this problem. The public actually agreed with me, so they supported my manifesto. Right now, we are in rational policy discussion in the Council. We can reason with one another. We do not have to speak up. We don't have to shout at each other. In the government public consultation document, I'm more concerned about state secrets. After all, as a legislator, I'm in touch with a lot of government information. Will it be state secrets in order to enhance transparency? Will I be breaking the law? Through different channels such as ante-chamber discussion, exchange session, bills committee, one of the important elements is that it is likely to endanger national security, so that we can tell which one comes with good intention and which one comes with ulterior motive. So there is no problem or no issue of people breaking law inadvertently. Right now, it's the start of Article 23 legislation. The administration needs to step up publicity and education efforts. I so submit, Deputy President, I speak in support of the bill, as well as all amendments.
Mr. Kenneth Lau. Deputy President, I'm glad that we are here to resume the second reading debate of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. We can then fully implement the constitutional duty as required under the Article 23 of the Basic Law, the 528 decision, and the Hong Kong NSL. Now, since the first reading of the bill, the Bills Committee held meetings for 7 days. There were over 22 meetings and over 40 hours of deliberations. I am grateful to officials and colleagues of the Secretariat and members as well. Of course, we all worked very hard day and night, and there was full support from the Legislative Council Secretary, so we are able to take this bill back to this council with great speed and efficiency. Now, I'm not a member of the Bills Committee, but then every day I follow the meeting attentively. And during the deliberations, the members of the Bills Committee put forward views and suggestions on improving upon the bill. They put forward concrete suggestions. The administration gave a detailed explanation of the clauses to members and the public. There's also clarification of misunderstanding of the clauses. The administration also took on board many of the views of the Bills Committee. The administration put forward over 40 amendments to the bill. The whole scrutiny process was efficient and rigorous. It showed that there is a positive exchanges and interaction between the legislature and the executive. Now, Hong Kong is an international financial center and trade center. We are one of the most open economies in the world. We have our unique way of life, so Hong Kong is vulnerable to sabotage and infiltration by foreign forces. Now, compared to the US, UK, Canada, and so on, they have a huge body of laws to regulate various offences and acts in relation to national security. And then our country, and here in Hong Kong, we have just this bill, and the definitions are less harsh, and the penalties are also less harsh compared to the laws in Western countries. And the aim is to protect human rights, respect human rights and freedoms. We give play to the 2 international covenants on political and civil rights, as well as economic, social, and cultural rights, while safeguarding national security. And now, there's much concern about the disclosure of information and possession of state secrets. The bill gives clear definition. It says that all the materials must fall into 7 categories of state secrets. And then there's also the element of disclosure without lawful authority. And then it has to endanger national security before this is considered a state secret. So if someone has no intention to endanger national security, then he needs to worry about being caught by the law inadvertently. And then for external interference, the Act must have the intention of causing interference involving foreign forces, and there must be improper means used. So there are 3 elements. Now, for someone who conducts a business in Hong Kong or who runs any organizations, they certainly cannot meet all these 3 conditions, so that's why they need not worry about breaking the law in this respect. Now, I'm a member of the 7th Legislative Council, and at this very historic moment, I share in the duty to hand in this, to complete this exercise as 27 years overdue. I feel very much honored. On behalf of the Hung Yi Kok and all 800,000 indigenous residents living outside Hong Kong, and also indigenous residents living in Hong Kong, I fully support the passage of the bill to safeguard the national interest and development. And also Hong Kong could then focus on economic development and improving people's livelihood. I speak in support of the passage of the bill.
Mr. Ben Chan. Deputy. Enactment of local legislation to implement Article 23 of the Basic Law is the constitutional duty of the Hong Kong SAR government. The government hasn't been able to do so since the return to the motherland 27 years ago. Now is a historic moment. I'd like to cast my vote in support of this bill. I feel honored to be part of this historic mission. The DAB is of the view that Article 23 legislation should be completed as soon as possible to plug national security loopholes. But of course, we are not so naive as to believe that this will call a halt to all national security risks. We still need the joint efforts of all sectors of the community and the public. Now, as the administration puts it, Article 23 is the window with locks, and we prevent robbers from committing burglary, and we need to plug security loopholes to stop anti-China destabilizing forces from meddling with our affairs and posing risks to our country and Hong Kong so as to protect our home. Now, this legislative exercise has been a daunting task. We have a strong mandate in support of Article 23 legislation. Still, there have been attempts to interfere with our work. Some foreign politicians continue to smear us. The foreign media put up misleading headlines to try to sling mud on us. In fact, every day we continue to face national security threats, and this has posed a great burden on the work of the Bills Committee. I'm grateful to members of the Bills Committee as well as the administration for examining the bill for over 50 hours to ensure early completion of the legislative exercise. However, I must emphasize that haste makes no waste, because we have been able to examine the bill very carefully. Members of the Bills Committee and the administration came fully prepared for the work, and we completed the scrutiny with great efficiency. We need to have regard to the latest international developments so that a forward-looking and effective approach can be taken to target national security risks. Now, the Bills Committee members put forward over 1,000 questions on the bill. There were lengthy deliberations on details of the bill in terms of necessity, proportionality, as well as the availability of reasonable defense. We have deliberated on these matters thoroughly so as to address public concerns, so that on the one hand, the bill can effectively target the relevant national security offences, and on the other hand, it can prevent members of the public being inadvertently caught by the law. I'm particularly grateful to Paul Lam, Secretary for Security, as well as Mr. Tang, Secretary for Security, for leading his team. The officials took much effort in explaining the bill to us. The bill safeguards the human rights and freedoms enshrined in the international covenants, and assets and investments in Hong Kong will continue to be protected. In terms of enforcement powers and investigation by the law enforcement agencies, the court will continue to be the gatekeeper so as to protect human rights and impose checks and balances on police powers. The administration has been able to offer easy-to-understand explanations of these complex legal concepts so that all the ideas seem accessible to the public. This can bring a lot of benefits in completing the NS legislation. Now, Deputy President, the legislative exercise is a good example of good interactions between the executive and the legislature. This is also one step towards improvement to the governance. The DAB supports the bill. With passage of the bill, we can now focus on economic growth and improving people's livelihoods so that we can scale new heights. I so submit. Mr. Im Kong. Now, this is the Article 23 legislation of the Basic Law that safeguards the rights and interests of our country in Hong Kong, and we have had 99% of support from the public. The Legislative Council worked seamlessly in scrutinizing the bill. Now, this bill is ready to be passed. This is in line with the international standards. It's a high-quality bill that can cater for the different demands. We've waited for over 26 years. The Article 23 legislative exercise is a good example of good interactions between the legislative and the executive. We work free from the fear of foreign forces. Now, as the Chinese New Year just passed, families stayed together to celebrate the important occasion. But what is important is that we need to make family reunions happen. Whereas in Hong Kong, we experienced the Black Clad riots in 2019. Hong Kong is an international city, and this is shame brought onto us. Well, if we're unable to resolutely safeguard the national sovereignty, integrity, and interests, if we allow the anti-China destabilizing forces to get their way, then during the Opium War, Hong Kong was ceded to foreign forces, and Hong Kong people became second-class citizens in this colonial place. And a repeat of this incident could happen again, and we would be the ones to blame. Presidency emphasizes that national unity and stability is of paramount importance. It's been 26 years since Hong Kong's return to the motherland, and history tells us that the most important public interest is national security. Only when we safeguard national security would we be able to safeguard personal rights and interests. Mr. Xia Bolong, director of the Hong Kong and Macau Work Office, visited Hong Kong, and he also agreed that national security is of utmost importance because a country is formed on the basis of thousands of homes. When in Gaza there is a conflict going on, and when people there are struggling only to get a sip of water, they are in the war zone, we must compete with time and complete the legislative exercise as quickly as possible so as to provide stability and prosperity to Hong Kong people. As the classic saying goes, it is true that we need to abide by the rule of law to achieve success in Hong Kong. Article 23 will bolster this good foundation. This can provide the soil for Hong Kong to thrive as an international city, a free port, so that and a major capital market in the world. We are all responsible for safeguarding national security. We must not be afraid of the obstacles in front of us. We must build a good foundation for the purpose of the rule of law in Hong Kong so that we can focus on economic development, so that the Pearl of the Orient will continue to shine. I support the passage of the bill as well as all the amendments. I'd also like to thank everyone who have made their hard efforts in the legislative exercise. Mr. Louis Leung. Deputy President. Well, at the outset, I'd like to say that I give my full support to the Hong Kong SAR government in fulfilling the constitutional duty and proceeding with enacting legislation on Article 23 of the Basic Law so as to establish and improve the relevant legal system on safeguarding national security. It's been more than 26 years since Hong Kong's return to the motherland. We have not been able to complete this exercise. The Black Clad riot lasted for over half a year in 2019, causing great damage to us. This revealed the shortcomings and inadequacies in safeguarding national security. This also demonstrates how Hong Kong people are unable to exercise their fundamental rights and freedoms in the face of the anti-China forces. The Safeguarding National Security Bill is a piece of legislation to plug national security loopholes and for the government to fulfill the constitutional duty. Reference has been made to the national security laws in different common law jurisdictions. The government has also given full regard to the actual circumstances in Hong Kong as well as public opinion. The bill provides safeguards to basic human rights and freedoms. It also safeguards certain criminal procedure principles, such as the principle of no double jeopardy, and as well as presumption of innocence. So a proper balance is struck between safeguarding national security and safeguarding human rights. The bill also provides for exceptions and defense for different offenses. The prosecution is also required to prove the mens rea of certain offenses to make sure that no members of the public will be caught inadvertently by the law. There are amendments put forward in light of the suggestions by the Bills Committee. For example, amendment will be made so as to remove the restriction for the Secretary for Security to impose restrictions on absconders 6 months after the abscondment. This will provide greater flexibility for the administration to deal with absconders. The administration will also be moving amendments to empower the Chief Executive in Council to make subsidiary legislation. There are also further rules and measures to be made to cope with unforeseen circumstances in relation to national security offences. This is forward-looking. I give my support. There are views on the external interference offence, and that the provisions are drafted in such a way as to affect the international economic and cultural academic exchanges. The administration has proposed to rename the title to External Interference Endangering National Security to better reflect the legislative intent and to allay public concern. Deputy President, I support the passage of the bill. I will also be supporting the CSAs put forward by the administration so as to build a good legal basis for safeguarding national security, to ensure stability, prosperity of our society, and to adhere to the principle of one country, two systems, so that we can all chip in to build a better future for Hong Kong.
Mr. Benson Loke. Thank you, Deputy President. I'm a member of the Business and Professionals Alliance. I'm also the chairperson of the Youth Committee of the BPA. The BPA and the business community firmly support the legislation for Basic Law Article 23, and we fully support the passage of the Safeguarding National Security Bill to keep our country safe. This will ensure the long-term success of one country, two systems. I'm also a member of the Legco Panel on Security. I took part in the early scrutiny of the proposal of the bill. The government worked tirelessly and efficiently. I thank the government for its hard work. I also agree that the sooner we can get through the bill, the sooner we can keep our country safe. During the scrutiny, the government's rebuttal team countered false claims, especially smearing from foreign media. Our government's rebuttal team fought its corner, and we offered timely rebuttal. This also helped the public get a sense of the true picture, and that helps the public understand the bill. In future policy consultations, we should adopt a similar model. Meanwhile, the government also received constructive and practical suggestions, and the government has been responsive. I welcome the more comprehensive bill now. At the joint panel meeting on March 6th, in the consultation document, there is an offense on unlawful drilling. I wondered whether there would be exemptions. Young people may go on overseas trips and they take part in war games. Will these young people be caught inadvertently? And for people with dual nationality, those people may perform military service in overseas countries. I wondered whether there would be special arrangements. So the government responded by including clear exemptions under the offense of unlawful drilling. That makes the law easier to follow. With clear provisions, that means people, including young people, will not be caught by the law inadvertently. I was at a business lunch recently. A senior member from a multinational asked me whether this bill would affect their business operation. So I said, for those in legitimate business operations, this bill, once enacted, will have no impact on business. In fact, there will be an extra layer of protection. In the preamble of the bill, you can see the context and the reasons for this bill. Firmly, fully implementing one country, two systems, and also implementing the principle of Hong Kong people administering Hong Kong and high degree of autonomy. There will be protection for investments and property to keep Hong Kong a prosperous city. The bill has fully taken account of all the needs and the legitimate activities of business and academic circles in terms of overseas exchanges. This means the bill creates a more predictable and certain business environment for Hong Kong. The business circle also hopes that once this bill is passed, then we can all focus on economic development, and that will in turn help resolve deep-seated socioeconomic issues and deliver a better life for people. I talk to youth groups, especially young professionals. Young people would like to see that with the passage of the bill, they can see the enduring success of one country, two systems. And this includes the regimes about professional sectors. When young professionals pursue their careers, they are in a better position to leverage their strength and help link up our country with the overseas. The BPA has been promoting the concept of national security among youth circles. In the future, we will continue to support education efforts on national security. We need laws in place to ensure prosperity. Once this bill is passed, we hope that we can then go from stability to prosperity. I'm most honored to be part of this development as we act together to keep our country safe. Deputy President, I so submit I support this Safeguarding National Security Bill and all the amendments from the government. Dr. Tik Chi Yuen. Deputy President, I speak in support of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. People say this is a historic moment. I agree. With this bill, we can better protect our country. Once our country is safe, then we can act with greater assurance in pursuing our development. It's like we're finally spreading our wings and soaring to the skies. During the Bills Committee's deliberations, the government stressed that it would stick to the two international covenants on human rights so that there would be protection for human rights and other freedoms. This means the national security law and the Safeguarding National Security Bill will not affect the human rights and freedoms enjoyed by people in Hong Kong. The government has stated time and again that all sectors, and that includes the social welfare sector, the education and religious sectors, can maintain normal exchanges and collaborations with the international community. The government also agreed that there would be more education in the future to dispel myths about the national security legislation, and this can instill confidence in the community. And that's close to the heart of the social welfare sector. We have been groping in the dark for a long time. There has been too much infighting, and that has held back our community. People lost confidence in the future. But now we see clearer prospect. It's now put the tensions of the past behind, and now we should become resilient as we forge ahead. Our goal today is clear. We want to create a better living environment for our next generation. Getting through this bill is by no means the end point. It's a fresh start. We should start building a better future. And that's why we deliver. Legco should also do its job. People should stay confident. The work ahead will be more than just getting through this bill. The tasks will be more challenging. So this is no time to sit on our laurels or celebrate. We should be pleased about our prospect. I support this bill. I support the bill's early passage and gazetto, so that afterwards the entire community can zero in on economic development and improve people's lives. Deputy President, I so submit I support this bill. Professor Chairman Kwong. Thank you, Deputy President. I'm very honored to be speaking on this bill, a bill that people have been looking forward to for 27 years. This bill is important to me. I'm the first member from the Chinese medicine sector. I also express the support from my sector for this bill. Love for one's country and voluntary actions to safeguard one's country, those are the obligations of Hong Kong's residents. Legislating for Article 23 has been our constitutional duty. Sadly, over the past 27 years, there were twists and turns. The job remained undone. Now there are more national security risks. We need to act fast in completing the legislation. I support this bill so that we can plug the loophole in our national security and we can keep our country safe. This bill deserves our full support. The bill sets out details clearly. It takes a targeted approach at national security offenses. It's targeted at forces seeking to disrupt Hong Kong and harm China. We also stick to the International Covenant on Human Rights. With this bill, people do not have to worry about inadvertently breaching the law. There are also protections for property and investments under the bill. This will reassure investors overseas. This bill can keep our country safe and help us stay a prosperous city. I believe everyone in Hong Kong supports this bill. In 2014, we saw the illegal Occupy Central movement, and then 2019 saw the Black Flag violence. People can deeply understand the harm caused by national security threats. So people all want to see the early passage of a bill to keep our country safe. An earlier consultation on this bill shows 98.6% of the respondents supported the bill. There were also suggestions to further improve the bill. Just a tiny fraction of people were against this bill. This means we now have a broad consensus on legislation to keep our country safe. The U.S. Consul General smeared this bill. People in Hong Kong are angry. The Chinese medicine sector is also angry. We staged a protest outside the U.S. Consulate General. A Chinese medicine practitioner in his 80s went there outside the U.S. Consulate General to express his dissatisfaction. So this shows people want to see this bill enacted. We speak for our people. I'm honored to speak on behalf of our people, and I support this bill. Once we complete this constitutional duty, and then we can focus on development and create a brighter future. Mr. Tang Fei.
Deputy President, I speak in support of the passage of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. This will address the national security loophole in Hong Kong, which lasted for 27 years. We have completed the scrutiny work of the bill in extraordinary speed. It shows the determination of the government and also the positive interplay between legislature and the executive branch. Members of the Legislative Council stood firm together in scrutinizing the bill so that Hong Kong can fulfill the obligation to uphold national security. At this historical moment, I'm honored to be here. We saw Occupy Central and the Mong Kok riots and Black Flag violence. We are still traumatized by these events. among the rioters, there were a large number of teachers and students, those with a conscience and who are patriotic in the education sector were saddened. Now, the national security risk exists. It is necessary to legislate for safeguarding national security. Legislation and education are the two pillars of national security. Now, we have a saying that we need to nurture morals in students. Now, patriotism is also a kind of moral we have to nurture. Now, there are also rules to be abided by. Now, the bill is based on the 528 decision as well as the Hong Kong National Security Law for Hong Kong to establish and improve the mechanism for safeguarding national security and plug any possible loophole. Now, we are making the net watertight. And also, the bill provides for schools to embellish the curriculum in terms of national security. We are educating the students to understand what the correct national security values are. With these requirements, we can ensure that young people will take it upon themselves to upholding national security. Now, to pass the bill as soon as possible, the government and the Legislative Council have moved in extraordinary speed, including calling for the Bills Committee and then gazetto of the bill. Now, today, we are resuming second reading debates for the bill. Now, this shows the determination of the government. The Legislative Council Bills Committee has been working over the weekend and late into the night so that the scrutiny work can be completed as soon as possible. Now, having scrutinized all the clauses, at the very same day, the Security Bureau introduced amendments. It shows how effective, how efficient our legislature and government are. Now, subject to the passage of the bill, we will reach an important milestone. We are laying a solid foundation for the sustained success of one country, two systems. And then in the future, the government can focus all its energy on improving the economy and add to the sense of gains of people. Thank you. Dr. Chan Wen-kong, Deputy President. Legislation for national security is a key part in legislation everywhere. Besides national defense and diplomacy and foreign affairs, national security laws are the major means to protect people's livelihood and property. It is the son and heir to the prosperity of a jurisdiction. Beginning from this year, the Education University makes it a core subject for first-year students to learn national security. We educate students on the importance and necessity of national security from a historical perspective. Now, in the Safeguarding National Security Bill, now we are at the second reading and third reading stage. Like everyone in Hong Kong, I am emotional. Back in 1985, when the Basic Laws was being drafted, the drafting committee already consulted the public on legislation for Article 23. In 2003, because of external interference, infiltration, and incitement, the idea was despised by the public in Hong Kong. Now we are finally submitting our homework. We can live up to ourselves. Now I look forward to passing the bill, after which we can make good use of the measures stipulated in the law so that we can become the gatekeeper for the country's southern gateway. Me and my team have been paying attention to the remarks made by Western governments on Article 23. They smear that Hong Kong will lose its freedom will lose many freedom as well as the rule of law. Now, however, if you look at the US, there are at least 21 pieces of legislation on national security, UK, Australia, Canada, New Zealand. They have a lot of national security laws. And Singapore, which we always make comparison with, they have 6. Now, compared with other jurisdictions, their legislation also carry extraterritorial effects. Now, in this bill, we only have extraterritorial effects for 2 parts of the bill. It is reasonable. We don't need them. We don't need Western countries to lecture us on this. Now, in other countries, they have very draconian laws on national security offenses, but they are smearing our efforts and asking us to abandon our efforts. It's like a battle, but they are asking us to lay down our arms so that they can attack us however they want. Now, the new China has been established for 75 years. We are not unlike the Qing dynasty, we are a strong country. Now, we need to legislate for Article 23 as soon as possible, and we have to ensure that the law is operable and also comprehensive. This is in line with the interests of everyone in Hong Kong. Now, at present, we only have the Hong Kong National Security Law, which only targets 4 kinds of offenses. Now, these offenses are scattered in offenses under the Crimes Ordinance and Criminal Procedures Ordinance. And also, these are offenses in relation to the conventional national security areas, but not cybersecurity and so on. If you look at the UK's National Security Act 2023 and also Information Security Act of the Canada, and also the US President's direction on data security, and also amendments to the National Security Law of Australia 2018, looking at these examples, you can see that the Western powers have already included elements of commerce, economy, and financial services into national security areas. They have also introduced sabotage offense against public infrastructure. This is not limited to physical attacks, but also virtual attacks on computers and systems. Now, these are all relevant references to be made in legislating for our own law. Now, the Security Bureau and the DOJ have taken on board many suggestions made by the public, including Clause 28. State secrets include secrets concerning the economic and social development of Hong Kong and the country. And also there is the sabotage offense against attack on infrastructure. Now, in my opinion, our Safeguarding National Security Ordinance is in line with international standards, which can also protect the livelihood of people in Hong Kong as well as business in Hong Kong. I support the third reading of the bill. Mr. Kenneth Leung. Thank you, President. As many members said, this is one of the most important moments since the reunification with the country. This is the last stretch of mile before we pass the Article 23. Now, I support the government in upholding its constitutional obligation, and I support second reading and third reading of the bill. The bill has finished scrutiny in a short period of time. It highlights the commitment shown by this term of the government. It also showcased that under the improved electoral system, the benefits brought about by the positive interplay between the executive and the legislative branch. Now, since right off the bat, the government has submitted a high-quality bill. They have also made tremendous contribution in scrutinizing the bill. Members of the Bills Committee have raised valid questions. Now, the Bills Committee has spent 50 hours on scrutinizing the bill so that the public can understand the contents, the policy intents, and the considerations behind the bill. After the gazetting of the bill, the Chief Executive said we have to seize every moment in passing the bill as soon as possible. Now, in the past 2 months, we have seen external forces interfering with our internal affairs. The West has launched a smearing campaign from consulate general as well as chambers of commerce, even parliamentarians. They have been smearing our efforts. It shows that external threat is still there. National security risk is always here. There is urgency and necessity for the law. After passage of the bill today, the next step is to enhance the awareness of national security among the public. National security is the cornerstone of development and the premise for Hong Kong's success. We need the public to pool their efforts to uphold national security. In schools and in the community, we have to make sure that the people understand its importance, as well as the national security risk that Hong Kong is facing. We have to start from a young age. Young people must be educated on national affairs so that they take pride in their country. They have to know that they are the masters of their country. They have to nurture, they have to develop a sense of belonging to the country so that they will participate in the efforts to uphold national security. Writing on this historical moment, I would like to speak from the perspective of a father. I have a young child. The child was born in the second half of year 2019. That was the peak of the black-clad violence. At the time, people were afraid. There were lots of negative reports on the media. From prenatal check and on the day of delivery, we were constantly in fear. As a novice father, I was very worried. When my family members flew to Hong Kong to see the baby, they were stranded in the airport. There were rioters everywhere in the airport. I can't forget those days, and I had personal experience on the importance of national security and its impact on my family. Now, with the passage of the bill, people in Hong Kong and in the country will be protected. Now we can focus on economic development and nurturing our youth. Thank you.
Ms. Judy Chan. Thank you, President. First of all, I feel honored to be able to be part of this historic moment today. I am in support of this Safeguarding National Security Bill. I also thank the Hong Kong SAR government for showing resolve and working with the legislature so as to build a better Hong Kong so that the public aspirations can be met. Hong Kong is one of the important windows for our country to the world. Against geopolitical tensions happening at this moment, we face different complex challenges day in, day out. This shows the importance of ensuring stability and prosperity and safeguarding national security in Hong Kong. In order to make sure that one country, two systems can sail smoothly, we all need to work on the basic protections for people's livelihood and to ensure stability and prosperity. Black-clad violence in 2019 is a hard lesson for all. National security is of utmost importance in protecting our homes. Now, legislating on Article 23 of the Basic Law is a constitutional duty of our government. We should also establish and improve the legal system and enforcement mechanism to plug national security loopholes so as to protect the national interests. Apart from protecting the sovereignty, national or territorial integrity, we also need to safeguard development interests of the country. For a long time since Hong Kong's return to the motherland, Those with ulterior motive deploy different tactics to mislead our younger generation so that they have a distorted understanding of our country and there is disharmony in our society. Some young people were indoctrinated about within negative impressions of the country. We need to enhance publicity to instill the correct values in our younger generation. Now, with national security measures put in place, we can all educate our younger generation about safeguarding national security so that we can enhance the awareness of the younger generation on safeguarding national security. We should all work together to enhance public awareness and make sure that the correct understanding prevails in our society. We need to continue to raise the public's awareness on national security and enhance nationhood. That means different sectors of the community should all work together to make Hong Kong a safer and more stable place to ensure our safety as well as prosperity. Professor Priscilla Leung. President, I speak in support of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. I'm a member of the Basic Law Committee. I've also taught the Constitution and Basic Law in the City University of Hong Kong for 26 years. Let me explain the intention of Article 23 of the Basic Law. At the drafting stage, there were divergent views. Some were of the view that the national security law should directly apply to Hong Kong through Annex 3 of the Basic Law. Some other views suggested that local legislation should be enacted instead so that in light of challenges in court, it can be interpreted by way of local legislation. Hong Kong and Macau are the only exceptions as special administrative regions to enact local legislation as a region on national security. It shows that the central authorities have a high degree of trust in us. There is also great resolve for national security law to be put in place. The central authorities have actually waited for many years for this to happen, and we must cherish the chance. Article 23 of the Basic Law is in line with international human rights standards. Some say that it undermines human rights, but this is not true. For those familiar with international laws, International Convenance on Civil and Political Rights, Article 19 provides that the rights and freedoms of an individual should be protected. But at the same time, in light of public order, public hygiene, and public moral, etc., suitable restrictions can be put in place. In 1984, the Judicial Committee promulgated the Syracuse Principles to further confirm the above principles. This legislative exercise is a good enactment that can protect the lives and property of our people. For those who have experienced the 2019 Black Clad violence, Hong Kong became a lawless place because of lack of national security law. People risk their lives going to work and going to school. Now, the bill provides safeguards for international investors. Article 2 provides that one country, two systems should be the overarching principle, and the International Conference on Civil and Political Rights, as well as economic, social, and cultural rights, should prevail. These are suitable human rights safeguards. I think this legislative exercise demonstrates the implementation of the comprehensive national security outlook put forward by President Xi. There is also a high degree of convergence, compatibility within Hong Kong national security law. Against a backdrop of advancement in technology, we have now established a legal system that can safeguard not only national security but international investments. The government has fulfilled its duty diligently. They have had regard to the views put forward by the community in the past 26 years. Now, I also put forward some suggestions. For example, in terms of the defense and extraterritorial effects, there should be, and as well as the catch-all provisions, I see that these suggestions have been incorporated in the bill. My fourth point is that this bill also entails an educational effect. Now, in Singapore, in 2021, the Anti-External Interference Act was passed. In UK, there was also a similar act, and also the Patriotic Act passed in the US. They are all much more stringent than our bill. Now, with the completion of this legislative exercise, we know where the lines are drawn, and this is good public education. In 2009, after national security legislation was enacted in Macau, 2009, nobody was ever prosecuted. Everybody knows the boundaries. This is also a historic moment. As Ding Xueqiang said, we should have enacted legislation on Article 23 of the Basic Law much earlier. It's been 26 years. It's a major national security loophole. We must not continue to drag on our feet. Today, we are going to pass the bill. Not only should we enact this piece of legislation, we should do it with pride so that we can tell the world and tell everyone in our country that this is a high-quality bill. This is a bill that is in line with the international laws, international human rights standards and practices. This can help safeguard people's lives and property, and this can also provide a better investment and business environment for all. This should be respected by and supported by the international community. The 7th term of the Legislative Council will be completing this historic mission, and I feel proud. Mr. Robert Lee. I speak in support of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. Legislating on Article 23 of the Basic Law is the government's constitutional duty. The May 28th decision was adopted by the NPC in 2020. It sets out the basic principles. It also sets out the position of our country on this matter. And then in June 2020, the Hong Kong NSL was adopted and annexed in the Basic Law.